member of ELTAI Coimbatore Chapter. He was the joint secretary and moved to member secretary for about 15 years' time. He was the joint secretary as a patron of English Language Association of India Coimbatore Chapter. He was the joint secretary as a patron of further he is English language taking care of that as the secretary. He was the joint secretary and he has conducted so many programs taking care of the school teachers as the secretary. And he is one of the elite person who has been addressing on English languages and the importance of English language in a primary region who has been addressing on the first ELTAI conference of English language during 1980s, and then after the ELTAI conference, this is another one of the important programs for ELTAI English Chapter to go at an international level. This is another one. Now I wrote a mark for ELTAI NC Nandagamalin to address the international level. This is another. Now I wrote a mark for ELTAI NC Nandagamalin to address the international level. This is another. Now I wrote a mark for ELTAI NC Nandagamalin to address the international level. This is another.
I should go ahead. You can talk now. On other situations, all your images will be able to give. I should go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I would like to offer my hearty felicitations to all the participants of this National Faculty Development Program webinar on computer literacy. Good morning, everyone. Opportunities at the outset, organized by my Department of Applied Science, collaboration with the Department of English, National PSG College of Technology, Coimbatore renamed Coimbatore, and good morning, everyone. At the outset, Coimbatore Chapter ELTAI started a few decades ago. Conducted a national conference at Sri Avinashi University, Coimbatore, a quarter century ago. This is the first time that we are conducting an international conference. Decades ago, the organizers have roped in glorious resource person, free from home and free from abroad. We are conducting a brainstorming conference. This is an area the organizers have concentration. Mahatma Gandhi, the father of India, once said, the difference between what we do and what we are capable of doing is sufficient to solve most of the problems that confront the nation today. It is a general statement. What is said is applicable to what we do, area and what the topic we are going to delve in 3 days. We are not using our full strength and resources. What is said to address is applicable to the founder of the area of the area. The topic that I will say to delve. The development of the world is due to extraordinary person. Using our extraordinary person and can be the what is said to address is applicable to trendsetter. The teachers of English do not know the same. Who else? The development of the world is our mountain-authority to create a new path so that others can follow it. The difference between ordinary and extraordinary of English is just who else. If we can do that, we can do wonders in this area. We can create a new path. One of my friends can often say, which I would like to quote now, the difference between ordinary and extraordinary, the vast underdeveloped territory lies under our hands. There is always scope for improvement. We should always ask the question, is there in the right way of doing it? Is there in the right way of doing it? The vast Rabindranath territory lies Nobel laureate who got Nobel Prize for his Gitanjali would say, wow, Is that what were tireless driving, stretches its arms towards perfection. Unquote. Tireless driving should always stretch its hands towards perfection. The area that we have chosen for creating liberation should see somewhat perfection at the culmination of the program on 20th of Rajaji chosen, the first governor, Indian governor general of independent India would say that English language
will now be recorded.
at the culmination of the program she would say that English language is the gift of Lord Saraswati. It is of this gift lakhs and lakhs of students who studied in India, went abroad, called as Indian diaspora. They are enlightening the whole world with all due to English language. I am happy that Coimbatore Chapter welcomes the collaboration with the Department of English and the Department of Applied Science has come forward to host this webinar for 3 days. 3 international experts in this language with 3 experts who throw more light on this topic. It is said the greatest fallacy of the Indian governance is its inability to spell 3 days. 3 international experts in this language with 3 experts who throw more light on this topic. It is said the greatest fallacy of the Indian governance is its inability to spell 3 days. 3 international experts in this language with 3 experts who throw more light on this topic. It is said the greatest fallacy of the Indian governance is its inability to spell 3 days. 3 international experts in this language with 3 experts who throw more light on this topic. It is said the greatest fallacy of the Indian governance is its inability to spell 3 days. 3 international experts in this language with 3 experts. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
is a handful of fundamental understandings about the testing concepts and procedures that influence educational decisions. So, where to start? It is easy to overcome by the amount of research, evidence, and fundamental understanding surrounding how the testing concepts and procedures. But there are some fundamental educational decisions to consider when constructing an assessment for use. It is easy without it being exhaustive. So these are the following questions. What does assessment claim to measure? Being the English teachers, we always have the problem of assessing decisions. To consider when LSRW assessment for where will be used without it be exhaustive. One device may these are the following questions will not be suitable for reading and the reading measure vice versa. So the next one is does the assessment measure everything within the subject or are there one so we have to identify the third one is how well reading measure vice versa correlate other measures of the same. The next one is then carry out the assessment more than once you get all are there one so we have to identify could anything about the test takers affect reading measure vice versa correlate the next one what ranges is the assessment carry out the assessment more than once thus taking the assessment or the results which generate have direct anything about the test and the learner. I think these 7 questions will the next one addressed by all our experts and people will end with taking the assessment or the results which generate. So ultimately, workshop on assessment and the learner. So I think some light these 7 questions you should be aware of what addressed by all our experts understand and can do. It has to support teaching and learning and it should ultimately measure teacher or college performance sound like so with these words I wish all the best to the team and I wish the participants to have a very fruitful 3 days experience in this faculty development program. Thank you all. College performance sound like so with these words I wish all the best to the team and I wish the participants to have a very fruitful 3 days experience in this faculty development program. Thank you all.
Organization Associate Professor, Department of English. Thank you, Chairman. To introduce the chief guest.
Good morning, one and all. It's my pleasure and privilege to welcome the Kumar Ram, Regional Team Leader, Cambridge Assessment, to be on board on its deputy on assessment literacy. Ms. Umar Ram brings various facets to her professional profile, a teacher trainer, corporate trainer, examiner, materials writer, examiner trainer, and a team leader of Cambridge Assessment English. And her association with Cambridge Assessment is gained for almost 3 decades now, and in West Africa, the profession trained more than 2,000 teachers, and many examiners have a passion for Cambridge assignments, and I was fortunate to be one among those. She has conducted a number of teacher support programs for many teachers in Southeast Asia, and is also an examiner for a wide range of Cambridge Assessment exams. Umar Ram has a passion for her abundant energy, meticulous training, and sharp observation. We are really thankful to have her today with us, and now over to Ms. Asia, and is also an examiner for a wide range of Cambridge Assessment exams. Umar Ram has a passion for her abundant energy, meticulous training, and sharp observation.
Thank you, Kalpana. I'm going to just say a very good morning to everybody and start the session by immediately going to my presentation. Thank you, Kalpana. I'm going to just say a very good morning. Chandra, you have to give me permission to share my screen. Shantanu, you have to give me permission to share my screen. Thank you, Kalpana. You have to make me the presenter, I think, for a short while. Chandra, you have to give me permission to share my screen. Shantanu, you have to give me permission to share my screen. You have to make me the presenter for a short while. You have to make me the presenter, I think, for a short while. Chandra, you have to give me permission to share my screen. Shantanu, you have to give me permission to share my screen. You have to make me the presenter for a short while. You have to make me the presenter, I think, for a short while. You have to make me the presenter for a short while. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to begin with what are some of the challenges with assessment. It's going to be a review of all the 4 skills. I'm going to just share one bit of information with all of you. There's been a lot of research done in Cambridge. You know that Cambridge is one of the leading universities as far as research and ELT is concerned. Findings specifically to this part of the continent, this part of the world, Asia, Southeast Asia, etc. Then they've analyzed the exam results of students a whole range of exams offered by Cambridge. The younger children seem to not do very well. Those 2 areas are listening and reading. It is very surprising. While they keep going up the scale, they seem to also do poorly in writing. Speaking surprisingly, maybe because of today's exposure to media, exposure to the society, most students are not too bad, except for we need to technology. So let me first begin with a namaskar in all the possible Indian languages I could think of. So a very warm welcome to you and a very big hello to you all. So let me first begin with a namaskar in all the This is what we're going to do. Can you see the complete screen?
Yes.
Can you hear me, Kalpana? Just put your finger up if you can hear me. Okay, right. So we're going to do assessment across the CEFR levels. We'll just touch a little bit on CEFR for people who are right. So I will introduce you all to the LSRW skills which underline the assessment and how they are tested. We will be looking at different texts found in a range of English tests. We will discuss differences across exams if we have time, but more importantly across the proficiency level. And if we have again time, maybe not today, maybe towards the end, or maybe through sharing through chat, some ideas for developing skills at different levels. This is just, I just touched this, which is really not relevant, but I just want you all to keep in mind that assessment is linked to teaching strategies. We cannot talk of assessment unless we talk about teaching itself. We must remember that English is just more than just an examination for our students. You have today students getting into the educational stream, wanting to get out of the country to work, come back into the country to work, to join a whole range of organizations. One common string which goes through all that is their command of the language. And at present, English continues to be one of that very important aspects of one important language in the world. So it is very important that we make the learning of this language something very enjoyable for the students and enjoyable for ourselves as teachers. So we have to be with our learners at every step of the way. We must think of some new strategies which will motivate students of all ages. From the age of 3 when a child enters the pre-KG as I call it, right until when he or she is preparing to get into nursing or medical into another country. As stated before, Cambridge exams and qualifications are based on a lot of research in teaching and learning. The sameness is out. We are normal. We don't teach the same way we used to. This is just a little tongue-in-cheek about boredom of teaching. we get bored about teaching is when we're doing the same thing all the way in a similar manner. There is a science, or there is a research which is being done about the memory in our brains, and that is something called neuroplasticity, which says that we remember much more if we do things in chunks. So when we prepare students for a test, not only do we create world language, which is a new experience, but we also bring in little fun elements in between teaching something very, very important. Because one thing is, if students are able to predict what they are actually to do in a class, there is definitely an element of silliness which comes in. There has to be we all do warmers, we all do icebreakers, but many of us, when we start a session, we do not take a break. We continue with what we want to complete it. So maybe we need to rethink about that. Right. So now we come to this is the thing which you may enjoy reading on neuroplasticity, and it talks about, suppose you want to teach them a modal or difference between could and would. First 10 minutes you introduce that. Then 5 minutes you have a quiz which is not related to that at all. Then another 10 minutes you do some exercises related to could and would. Make the students discuss, make them do something on their own. Then another 10 minutes again show them a video or make them listen to music not related to what you are teaching. And finally end with a recap. That's in very, very brief what neuroplasticity, plasticity as such helps in remembering information. How confident are you in assessing your students in the 4 skills? I wish I could ask you to tell me how confident, but you may want to just note down. If you're very confident, fantastic. Let me give you a very big clap for that. If you are quite confident, which I'm sure most of you are, which is excellent. Not sure, fine. Not confident, fine. Frankly, between you and me, I always felt a big challenge in assessing the writing skills of my students. Speaking has never been much of a challenge for me. Writing has been. Maybe some of you may agree with me or not agree with me. But let me start with assessing writing. Let's look at this writing paper given in the year 1930, nearly 127 years back. This is an essay. 3 candidates who appeared for this particular exam. There are all the options given there, and you have to write an essay on one of the following subjects. Now, first of all, how many do you think passed in that? Well, for those of you who are interested in statistics, none. There were 3 who appeared, none of them passed in this particular writing exam. Now, why didn't they pass? Well, if you really look at the tasks given, the person who was evaluating them, apart from knowing the language as a language, also had to know a lot about each of those topics. And that's where the challenge of assessing English comes in. Are we assessing the language, or are we assessing something else? So here's the first question. What are some of the challenges you face assessing your learners' writing? Just take a few minutes and just note it down. Just note it down in a scribble pad or a piece of paper, keep it in your memory. That's fine. I'll just give you a minute for that. Just take a few minutes and just note it down. Just note it down in a scribble pad or a piece of paper, keep it in your memory. That's fine. I'll just give you a minute for that. Right. See how many of these challenges you have. Knowing on what to concentrate on making an assessment? Is that one of your challenges? Giving meaningful and motivating feedback to your learner? Is that important? If so, why? And is that a challenge? It's very easy to say, well done, good. You could have done better, improve your spelling. But there is something much more than that when we give feedback. How much correction to give the learner? Now, many of you who have been with me in a training session will say, oh, she's again repeating it. I definitely need to share this with you. But teaching in a school, the effectiveness of an English teacher was gauged according to the number of red refills we used for marking our students' English language books. These refills were given to us by our principal. So every time we finished with the refills, we had to go to the principal's room and say, give me one more refill. And in the staff room, we used to take great pride in saying, oh, this month I used 10 refills. Another teacher would say I used 8 refills. Very good. Well, one student one day in class told me, when I asked him, I said, you keep continuing making the same mistakes. And he says, ma'am, but it's okay. I love to see all the red marks in my book. It looks so colorful. Because when it really hit me, him doing is spending time making red marks without knowing actually how to correct and give feedback, students do not repeat the mistakes. So do we encourage learners to peer or self-assess their writing? Is that a challenge for you all? Do you use clear descriptors to assess writing? Right, now the assessment scales in Cambridge for writing are these subscales. We look at content, we look at communicative achievement, we look at organization, and we look at language. Now, these are the CFR levels we are looking at. B1, B2, C1, and C2. Why not A1 and A2? A2 is absolutely the beginning of learning a language. Students cannot communicate apart from using isolated words. While A2, they use known phrases. So if you say, what is your name? They are prepared to tell you my name is, and nothing more than that. Writing is minimum at these levels. So generally, writing is not really assessed. Writing is combined with reading at this level for assessment because they are fundamentally just little words. It is at B1, B2, C1, and C2 that the assessment levels start for writing. And each level has got 5 bands. I have shared the writing description with you all. It's available in your chat box. You may want to have a look at it and look at the scales, which is 4, and the bands for each scale, which is 0 to 5, with 5 being the highest and 0 the lowest. What is the rationale for these assessment scales? Obviously, to be able to make sure that different aspects of communicative language ability. So when we think of language assessment, we're thinking about the ability to communicate. We are not looking at the knowledge of Shakespeare or Scott or etc. To make sure assessment is objective and fair, earlier on at the beginning, just before the start, one of the distinguished guests said that we need to make sure the assessment is objective and fair. And this is something we aim to do. Cambridge does with the help of these descriptors. To make sure assessment of writing is coherent across all exams. There is a connection between all the exams. So that if I appear in one exam and I get a B1, I place at the CEFR scale, I know I should be able to do any exam higher than that if I continue to work on my language. To provide a link between the CEFR and the Cambridge language assessment. Okay, so now I don't know whether you'll be able to see it, but I'm going to just shut this down. I'm going to show you a little task. So now I want you to look at it and see if you can try and place them at the 3 levels. Just shut this down for a minute. I'm not able to. I'm not able to get through to that. Okay, let me continue with this then. I have sent you a writing assessment sheet. I don't know how many of you have got it, but if you have that, you will find each one level. The first one, there are 3. Okay. The handout has got 4 descriptors. The first one is on communicative achievement. One says uses the conventions of the communicative task in generally appropriate ways to communicate straightforward ideas. 2 says uses the conventions of the communicative task effectively to communicate straightforward and complex ideas as appropriate. Third one says produces text that communicates simple ideas in simple ways. Now, if I ask you to look at that and decide from these 1, 2, 3, which criteria, which level do you think? Is it talking about a C2 or is it talking about a B1 or a B2? If you have those sheets with you, you can just look at it, but here are the answers for them. The first one, which says uses the conventions of the communicative task, the B1. The second one, the conventions of the communicative task effectively becomes a C1. And the third one, produces text that communicates simple ideas, is an A2. And remember, we did not, I told you in the writing, there was no descriptor for A2. It is below a B1. This is that activity. Whenever you get time, you could do it. And if you have any challenges, you can always post it to me. There are resources for assessing writing performances. There are, just let me, there are resources for assessing writing performances. There are, how do I get to showing something else on the screen? Just a minute. How do I get to showing something else on the screen? Just a minute. Okay, I have put up some sample scripts. Can you see them? I'm assuming you can see them.
Yes, ma'am. We can see something.
Yeah, we can see.
Can you read it? Can you read it? Some sample scripts.
Not so clearly, but I think if you can zoom it out a bit, it is possible.
Yes.
Can you tell me how to zoom it out? Zoom it out.
The right bottom corner of your screen, you will find a plus sign. Right bottom.
Of my screen, yes. Okay, I got
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, 60.
Just click on the plus sign.
That 65% should be
The right
enhanced.
bottom corner of your
Can you see that now?
Right bottom.
Can you see that now?
Yes.
Yes. Much better. Okay. Now this is just actually ideally, if I had a better platform, I would have asked you to open this out and give your own assessments for each of these writings to see whether you've been able to understand the criteria and then mark it. But this is an example. The first one is an example of a B1. So you can read the descriptor for a B1 and realize that this particular piece of writing is an example of a B1. The next one is an example of a B2 piece of writing. And realize that this particular piece of writing is an example of a B1. Look at the use of vocabulary, look at the discourse markers used, and look at the format. You look at the way the paragraphing has been organized. Now this one is a C1 level. Look at the key statement in each paragraph and the way it is found. Now this one is a C1 level. Look at the key statement in each paragraph and the way it is found. Now this one is a C1 level. Right. So let's go back to our slide. So there are these specimen copies of these scripts are available to you in the Cambridge website. If I'm just giving you a picture of it, but I think majority of you are aware of this, you will find it. It's a very good area where you can go and get more confident in marking scripts, written work. Some of the types of tasks, yes, tell me. Somebody wanted to say something? Okay. These are some of the sample tasks at B1. This is the kind of tasks which are given. Yes, tell me. So when you look at the descriptor and you look at the task, when you talk of content, it's whatever is given here. Write your answer. This is write a letter giving your friends some advice. So you're supposed to give some advice, and you need to respond to this obviously. So these are some of the things you need to keep in mind. Okay. These are some of the comments. If you look at the one I told you earlier, the B1, the letter which I showed you, I told you it's a B1. This is a comment made by the examiner. It says the straightforward ideas of communication. If you look at your B1 assessment criteria which has been set, you will find the language in this is lifted from the criteria to help you understand the comments and why a B1 was awarded. You will find the language in this is lifted from the criteria to help you understand. This is a B2 sample task. We saw about that email and then a response to the email. This is a B2 sample task. These are the comments for that email and then a response to the email. So it says, these are the comments, scores he got. Content got a full 5. For communicative achievement got a 3. For organization got a 4. For language it's a 3. Now is it an average? No. So here is where the challenge comes in. The title is taken. And then there is a conversion tool which converts this into an overall CEFR scale. That is where the Cambridge scores on everybody else because they already have we have a tool which automatically converts this into the overall CEFR scale. This is a C1 sample task which you just had a quick glimpse of. And then this is the comments made by it's the same thing taken from the rubrics which I have given you all. And this is what this particular person got. All three standardly awarded a C1 plus gets scored into a C1. Now we come to how do you give feedback on your writing assessment. There are many ways. Some of it is, the reason is you want to make them aware their strengths and weaknesses in relation to the standards required in the exam. And today they are going to do an online test where they're going to key in your classes. If you're going to tell them, your handwriting is very illegible, but that's your personal opinion, you don't like to look at that handwriting. But it really doesn't help them in terms of improving their writing skills. This is just to give you an example. To help you as a teacher to see where you need to work on developing your students' skills, which aspects of writing do you need to make them revise more on. To help the students have, critically look at every piece of writing and then work on that. With the couple of days back, there was a webinar on assessment online. And many of you may have seen the webinar, which was the Cambridge presentation, where they're talking of how can you do assessments online. I think as a nation, we are very far away in terms of pockets. While in certain cities, certain urban areas, certain institutions that may be good, but when we have to reach out to our rural interiors, when we have to really look at the areas where they need a lot of support, online assessment will not be available to us for a very long time. Online testing will be available. So there's a big difference. So you need to be able to give feedback in your interaction with your students on how they can improve better. These are some of the discussion questions which I would have loved to have with you all, but maybe sometime where we have a webinar where it is interactive with a chat box, we should be able to do it. These are some of the discussion questions which I would have loved to have with you all. If you're planning to use the assessment skills, which is very good, please remember you can do it in a very informal manner with the skills given to you. But please don't make that the final assessment, because to be able to apply the assessment skills, you need robust training. And that kind of training is to be done by somebody who is experienced enough, who has been part of the assessment skills, and then make sure that you standardize. Many of you have appeared to become examiners. TCS writing is one very good example where many of you have got through in one level, not got through the other level, second time around not got through both the levels, and you're wondering. That's because, if you remember, TCS was a self-learning module where you did it on your own and tried to understand it, hoping that you had some insight into the assessment criteria. But going forward, if you want to use the writing assessment skill, it would be good if you organize a group of experienced examiners and go through it together to get a better understanding of it. Before I start off about listening, I'm not going to talk about this because this is just to give you the Cambridge and English scale score. So suppose the score the students get is this. It gets converted into these scales, and that gets converted into this. You have a practice test where there are 20, whatever, how many questions, each one carries 1 mark. There's never a negative marking in Cambridge test at all. And even if you look at everything, writing, speaking, it is always a positive because we are taking the can-do statement. The CEFR is a positive statement of what students can do at that level. Okay, now we go on to listening, which I told you was an area where many students find difficulty. Results show that they have problems in doing listening tests. Here I'm going to just talk about the, again, I was listening. The listening is playing, the audio is playing, the students do different tasks, which we'll just have a look at. Each task carries 1 mark. That gets converted into the CEFR scale. And most students do not do well in this time. So you need to really relook at what you all are doing with your students. Now here are some extracts about the text, which I would like you to have a look at. These are the different things which we normally listen to on a daily basis. Is there anything more apart from, of course, gossip with people, which comes under a talk or a conversation? This is the type of things we listen to, speak to, we speak to each other, we listen to, etc. Now, there are a whole range of excerpts. Each one is linked to this. Can you just sort of remember this and decide? You don't have to tell me now, obviously, but these extracts are different things. For example, my name is Ajay Jain. I've got an appointment for something at 4:15. I'm going to be a bit late. What listening is this? What is this? Whom is he talking to? So obviously, you know, it's a recorded, he's leaving a recording for whoever it is. So these are the sort of tasks which are given, which are picked up in a Cambridge listening test. So obviously, you know, it's a recorded, he's leaving a recording for whoever it is. So these are the task types. It's one side of a telephone conversation, a radio discussion, a conversation, a talk, a news report, a recorded message, guided tour, television, announcement, etc. Formal, informal, these are just a sort of activity types which are there in the audio for you to see whether you are able to use these types in your own classes. You can get a whole lot of this audio which are there which website. Okay, now here are some words. You can get a whole lot of this audio. I think, I don't know whether I've sent this to you all, but these are some words. Can we just have a look at it? Each linked to the CEFR scale. Familiar matters, concrete and abstract topics. Very slow is one phrase. Everyday or job-related topics. Idiomatic expressions and colloquialisms. Personal and family information. So spoken language. Clearly structured. This is all one. Long pauses, fast native speed, extended speech, clearly and slowly. Now, each level has a very distinct aspect of this in the way when we're listening to speeches like that, this is what is there. You have to fill up the blank, but that's fine. You know, to do that, hear it. So when we talk about listening, somebody who's at the C2 level has no difficulty in understanding any kind of spoken language. Live broadcast delivered at fast speed. Now this is something for teachers, and this is something I have to tell myself. Because we naturally speak fast. Even in the class, we tend to speak fast, and then we are wondering why everyone hasn't understood us. The reason is everyone is not at this level, at the listening level. We need to pace our speech to make sure all the listeners at all these levels are able to understand us, because we have multi-level classes. Our classes are not one level. So these are some of the these are the levels where listening is assessed, and this is the levels given to them. So they can understand main ideas, linguistically complex speech, on concrete abstract topics, then standard dialects, something which they are used to. Extended speech and complex lines of argument. So these are some of the descriptors for listening. What is assessed? Just specific details to understand opinion, listening to follow an argument, listening to infer. Something not directly stated. So you will realize here how, for example, to infer something not directly stated could be at a higher level. It may not be at a lower level, but this is just a supposition. We really don't know. Now, multiple choice questions, matching, note-taking, gap-filling, true, false, or yes, true, are the actual test tasks. Text, I showed you. Skills tested are this, and the tasks which are given are these. Now, if you look at this, multiple choice tasks, there are two types. Task 1 is this, task 2 is this. Both multiple choice. But which one is an easier one? Obviously, the first one. The first one will come at the levels, let's say maybe a A2 or a B1. But this may come at a higher level. So this is how the same type of task, obviously the first one, is reorganized to make it more better for the upper one, higher levels. Filmmaking competition, note-taking tasks. Now, if we again look at it, the second one would be a little bit more complex than the first one. So this is how the tasks are set. Matching tasks are given for question 21 to 25. Choose whatever is given, and we have to choose people and present. This is a little complex, but it's part of the listening test. Question 21 to 25. Now, I'm not going to be doing this because we don't have much time. I just want to tell you that one way of doing a listening task without an actual audio being present in your classes, especially in rural areas where you're not able to do it many of the time, is to do this fill in the blank. Ask them as to what word is likely to go into that. When you do this pre-listening, you start making them tune their ears to either a part of speech or a particular lexis they have to be using for. For example, Sam uses a dash where he keeps a record of all his recipes. What does he do? So you can ask the students what does he, what kind of blank can go in there. Sam says he gets his most original ideas while he is, what does it come here? What comes here? So these are some of the things you could use with your students. He became a chocolate maker. Before becoming a chocolate maker, Sam chose dash as his subject of study. So that's another word. So these are some things with your students. When you do prediction activities, it helps students to engage with the content before they listen. It helps them to pick out the relevant information when they're listening. It helps them to check the answers to ensure that what they've written down is the correct answer and fits grammatically and logically into the gap. These are some of the things which we do. How can you help learners for listening? Please help them with instruction. If you're doing something in the class, make sure your instructions are understood. Many of us, we never ever listen to everything to the end. We sort of predict what the person is going to say, and we start doing it and realize that what the person said is totally different to what we expected. So please make them read or listen to the instructions carefully. Ask them questions about what they are likely to hear. Show them the task. Ask them to identify which part of speech might fit into each gap and how they know this. This is a very good revision of the grammatical, understanding. Ask them to guess what the answers might be. You'll find most of the time they come out with words which will be the right synonym for the actual word. Okay, so I'm not going to. Now we go on to reading. I am purposely not getting on to speaking because I think most of you are available, aware of the speaking criteria. So let me just spend the last few minutes on this and take some questions. I think I've run out of my time. Yeah. The things we read differs in length. Errors in misspelling, it's also grammatical errors, logical errors, all this comes under.
Ma'am, excuse me, can I interrupt you for a minute? Kalpana here. Ma'am, there is a bit of an audio problem. Ma'am, excuse me, can you please control I speak a little chunky. Ma'am, there is a bit of an audio problem. Ma'am, excuse me, can you please control I speak a little chunky. Ma'am, there is a bit of an audio problem.
Now is it okay? I don't know what.
Yes, ma'am, now it's okay. Now it's okay. There is a bit of an audio.
It's absolutely perfect. I don't know.
Yes, ma'am, now it's okay.
It's absolutely perfect.
Yes, now it's okay.
India is very, very, some ideas, introduce an element of competition in your classes. Please integrate reading with some ideas. We do that competition in the classes where that we are doing it. So that we know where and integrate. Read in pairs or groups. This is very important groups unless you have indicated yourself to becoming, professional aspiration where you are going to be on your own. That's different. But in today's normal world, you need to be able to work alone. That's different. Encourage students to bring their own texts, reading what they like reading from their home, from wherever they feel like. Have class readers, get them into groups, make them have reading clubs. These are some of the things which you could do to make reading much more effective. As I told you, reading is another skill which, especially in the lower classes, students don't seem to do very well, even though it's a very objective type of a paper, test. Make them write news about what is happening in the school, maybe have a news article about their home, and making sure it's not very personal. Have the best news article and put it up. These are some of the things you could do to help them to improve reading. Okay, now I don't think I have any time to go through this, so I'm going to stop here. And let me go to how do I stop sharing?
How do we stop sharing?
Now I can come on.
Hello.
Shall I unmute?
Ma'am?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, please tell me, ma'am.
No, okay. My screen, I want to stop sharing my screen.
Okay.
You want to stop that sharing
Yeah,
screen.
yeah,
Let me do that.
Right, so that I can just speak to people, show them my face for a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. One second, ma'am.
Shall I call them? Who's talking? Talking Chandra.
Ma'am, please,
Stop sharing your screen, ma'am, and you can
switch on
your camera. Then you will be on, ma'am. Okay.
I don't know how to stop. I have. You keep asking me whether I want to leave the meeting.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Just to stop sharing your screen.
Just to stop sharing your screen.
I did that, but I'm not able to.
Okay, one second.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
There is something I want to tell them. If you were here, it's just what we did today was very, very fundamental, very, very basic.
People,
Okay, one second.
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Hello. Yes.
Yeah. So if you have any particular questions or anything, you can put it up and let me have a look at that if I'm able to have a look at it. Otherwise, we have three.
Mute her.
But can you hear me now?
Yeah. One second, ma'am. So, one second, ma'am.
And if you move your cursor on the screen, you will find three buttons in the center of the screen: mic, camera, and screen. Just click on stop sharing.
Stop sharing.
Button.
Okay, yeah.
Then what did you say?
Ma'am, ma'am, at the bottom, there are four buttons: mic, camera, screen, and just.
That's exactly what I'm not able to see on my screen.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm not able. 1 minute. Let me just see if I can.
Stop sharing your screen.
That should be done
from your end. Okay.
Yeah, 1 minute. I'm trying to see something here. I'm not. People can see my screen. It says collapse. Okay. I can only see talking. Okay, never mind. It's okay. I can't see my. Can you, now I'm turning on my camera. Can you see me?
Yeah.
Can you see me? Because I've turned on my camera.
Yes.
now.
Yes.
Fine.
Yeah. Fine.
Yes,
We are able to.
We are able to. Yeah.
Right.
Ma'am,
So those of I can't see anyone, but it doesn't matter. I just want to tell you that if you are specifically interested in any aspect of, let's say, you want to look at the sample scripts of writing and have a discussion on that, or you want to have some more discussion or maybe speaking, I don't know about it, you can get in touch with Shankar or Kalpana maybe in the course of the next 3 days, somewhere in between for about 15-20 minutes, we can have a session. Is that fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Fine. Yeah. Fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Sri Lakshmi ma'am, please.
Okay, so that, I just can't see anything in my GoToMeeting. No.
Ma'am, there is a
There is
question
a question from
Dr. Megha Singh. That
Yes.
what strategy should we adapt in India, particularly in Hindi-speaking belts, to implement Cambridge LSRW techniques effectively?
Right. Thank you, doctor. That's a wonderful question because one of my passion is to see the rural children doing as well as the children in the urban area and the Hindi-speaking children also. See, there has been a lot of research on translation and teaching, bilingual teaching, which is very, very effective. So in your Hindi medium classes, where you are beginning introducing English as a second or third language, you may resort to bilingual teaching at the beginning, giving them a sort of a support and slowly weaning them away from that. For Cambridge, preparing them for the Cambridge exam, whenever you're beginning English in the classes, let's say class 5, I'm not very sure because it differs from school to school, you may within the first 3 years look at the wirely component of the test. Because these tests are two things, highly motivating, no child fails, and they are very, very fun test. Now you can actually have a look at the wirely. First, design something like that in Hindi, make the children appear, do that in Hindi, and then give them a wirely starters test. And then get on to actually making them their certificate. And they get that certificate in their hand, the Cambridge certificate. I cannot tell you what a lot of joy you can see on the child's face, and the joy is multiplied in their parents' faces. It is tremendously joyful. So just try this and you can slowly wean them away from bilingual teaching and get on to English as you keep progressing. That's the best way to attempt bringing in these kind of tests in those classes. I hope that has.
Yeah.
Helped you a little bit. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am,
There is another question from the same person.
Where the question is for the sake of students and teachers who live in or they are employed in remote areas of India, where even colleges do not have the proper IT infrastructure. But students are really interested to learn more about it. So, what are your suggestions in that? Yeah.
So, are they interested in more about IT, or are you talking about interested more in English? Obviously, they will be interested in English. They watch TV, many of them. And they look at what is happening around. They know what is happening. That's a very good exposure. Even if they do not have means to smartphones or technology in the classes, they do have means to phones. Now, some of the things which you may want to really look at is the Cambridge has a whole lot of technology which they can install in their phones for improving their language. The teacher can involve herself or himself with the student just with the help of a phone. This is available in the Cambridge site. Please have a look at it. And if I can get your email, I will send you some very specific places where these applications are available for smartphones, and students can start using them on their own with the help of some guidance.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
ma'am.
And ma'am, there is another question. The students are willing to hear, not even listening. And how can we motivate them? Especially assessment becomes very difficult.
Right. This is a big challenge. I wish there was. Many of you watch the webinar on motivating students. I don't know whether you watch the webinar. If you haven't, it doesn't matter. But actually, the crux comes down to being self-motivated. If the students are motivated to learn this language, they will be motivated to listen. The challenge with listening is the patience. They are not prepared to sit and listen to lectures like what I'm sure many of you are not really interested in listening to me. I myself am not interested in listening to myself. So you get impatient about it. You want to do things. That is why I said, use the new, I talked to you about neuroplasticity method. That's a very good way of doing it. 10 minutes of what you want to do, 5 minutes, make them do some word quizzes, play games with them, tell them to open your whatever, play Scrabble with your neighbor. You need to really innovate. You have to be absolutely creative. And today the world is at our fingertips. Everywhere you go, you get ideas. It's not, it's not those days when you could only get ideas only if somebody came and gave you something in written format. Go ahead, do that. Use this. Lots of research has gone in. For example, there is an activity using Lego. We talked about when you give children to use Lego, how quickly they learn things. So you do 10 minutes. In India, we do Lego is very expensive, but you can use these stupid, not stupid, I'm sorry to use the word, these little plastic sort of bricks. Where you actually bring the bricks to school after doing 10 minutes of a very serious lesson, give children all these plastic bricks and tell them to see who can make the best. So the mind gets transposed and then they come back again to what you're doing. So do that.
Okay.
Madam, how to make effective these talks for the bilingual students or whose mother tongue is not English?
Pardon?
I can use this scheme for the bilingual students whose mother tongue is not English. They are using English as a second language in India.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I agree. English is to in most places in India. There's no doubt about it. In fact, in all places. It doesn't matter. How does it matter? But my question to you today is in multilingualism. Why can't we be proficient in multiple languages? Look at yourself. You're proficient in, I don't know whether you're from Orissa, but you sound like somebody from the East. You may be a Bengali. You're proficient in Bengali. You're proficient in English. And I'm sure you're proficient in Hindi. That's all that we want our students to be. All that we're saying is use English for communication. Because it isn't one language with which you have access to many things.
Okay. Fine. One more question from another faculty named Sukhanti. That how to develop pronunciation and how to correct our own pronunciation mistake.
Right. There's a very good YouTube picture which was sent to me by one of the university persons from Coimbatore. This particular lady, her name is Jane, And she says 10 mistakes you make when you pronounce words, which shows you that you're illiterate, you don't know English, blah, 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 blah. So first, let me begin by saying, don't get very, very tense about pronunciation. You need to make sure that whatever you say is understood by a person whose mother tongue is English. If he can understand you, you're absolutely fantastic. None of us are without an the students can listen, repeat, listen, repeat here. That's all you have to worry about. Please don't think you need to sound like an Englishman. No, you have to sound whatever you are, whoever you are. Please remember that. Pronunciation has nothing to do with, don't worry about trying to sound different to what you. You know, when call center training began in India many, many years back, maybe in the late 90s, many of the call center training, I used to go and observe. I used to really pull my hair. They used to try and make the children speak artificially, wearing their hearts artificially, all that nonsense. And at the end of it, the students were a mixed personality. They didn't know whether they were speaking English, whether they knew how to speak Tamil. They were totally a confused personality. So don't do that. And so maybe if I know you, and if I met you, your language is your pronunciation is pretty good. So you don't have to worry about it or worry anything about teaching it. So this is what you need to worry about pronunciation. There are certain sounds, there are tools available, you can help them to practice. But please don't think you can eradicate the influence of your mother tongue. We don't want to eradicate their influence. It's like a fingerprints that's unique to us and that will remain with us to the end of our days. So don't worry about it.
Okay, ma'am, maybe the final question. What is your suggestion for the heterogeneous large classrooms to go with activity-based learning?
Right. This is something which is very, very challenging. But I would like to just share something with you which I have done practically. I've handled classes of 120 students appearing for BEC in Wipro many years back when BEC began. In Wipro, Infosys, these are some of the companies we worked with and handled 120 students. It was, really, we didn't know what to do. Then 2 or 3 of trainers, we got together and we came out with this idea. We divided our class into 4 groups, A, B, C, D. And we had students, 30 students in each group. Each group on their own, automatically you have a leader who gets thrown up. A leader was thrown up and the leader was the leader for that particular group. 4 groups. And they were given names, whatever it is. Now what did the trainer do? The trainer did, let's say I wanted to focus something with group. There was a lot of intervention required by the instructor-led. So let's say with group A, it was an instructor-led session. The instructor actually taught whatever had to be taught. Group B did an activity-based task, could be listening, or could be writing, or could be speaking. Similarly, Group C did something and Group B did something. Each of these three groups were given specific tasks to do, and they were supervised by their leader, and they did those tasks. Now, the next day, what happened? The whole thing changed. The teacher training was with group B, C, D, and A did activities. So in this way, in 4 days, I did a teacher-led training with all the 120 students, while all the students were able to do something meaningful without this huge class and trying to get across to. This is one strategy I used very effectively. Try it out. See if it helps.
Okay. Okay. Ma'am, one more question. Ma'am, could you please suggest the way to bring in the reading skill practice in the part 2 English classroom?
What do you mean by part 2 English classroom?
The people who are doing BSc, they have part 2 English as additional subject. As a language component, they are doing it.
So, first of all, tell me, part 2 English is compulsory?
Yes, of course. Yeah, for 4 semesters, it's compulsory. For BSc, BA program and all that. Yeah.
Right. So when you say reading, are they given reading text? Or is it regular language?
Yeah. Okay.
Are there textbooks? So one of the things, if you're using textbooks, is don't do it the traditional method of reading each paragraph and explaining. No. Again, do this. Get the students to become autonomous. So divide that text. Let's say the text has 6 paragraphs. Divide the group into 6 paragraphs. Give each group 1 paragraph. Make them read it carefully. Make them come out with a summary of what they have read. So in the class, you have 6 groups, each one having read a summary of each. And then you have a jigsaw mixture. And in each group, you have 6 students sitting. Each one of them knows the summary of only what they have read. So let summary 1 be given by person 1, person 2 gives summary 2, and in the end, all 6 have got all the summary. Then make them read the whole thing together. Then send questions or tasks on that. That is one idea. Second is, give them and tell them to create tasks based on the reading test. Let them create the questions. Let them create multiple choice questions. Let them create true and false questions. So they have to read it to create the questions. So that's them to read. They're supposed to read. So when we read and we say to answer these questions, we're not interested. Let them do it. Get them involved in it. Make it more personal to them. The other way of getting them interested in reading.
Okay, well.
Okay.
So now we have come to that end of.
Sir, 1 minute, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, please.
Please tell me, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I like to put a question to her. Actually, I want self-assessment to be effective in the class with the engineering students because labs are available. They could do, but they're not showing so much interest in it. How we can make it successful? May I know from her?
Okay. Yeah.
Fine.
Then are you asking me to find out how to motivate students to do a self-assessment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Pardon?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Right. So this is what I would do. I would actually ask students on day 1 to write out 3 things they would like to write down first where they would like to see themselves 3 years from today. Second point, write down where they would like to see themselves 10 years from today. And finally, where they would like to see themselves 25 years from today. When they write the 3 points, tell them to reflect on it and see what they would require to reach that place. Maybe some of them may write, I need to improve my English. Maybe. Many of them may not. So once we get that, you make them exchange it amongst themselves to read each other's if they're willing to share. If they're not willing to share, it doesn't matter. Then say, okay, I'm assuming that one of the skills you would require is to see whether you could do well in using a language for communication. Be it English, be it Telugu, be it Tamil, be it Punjabi, be it whatever. But as we are all trying to be a homogeneous group and I can only use one language, so we have this lab where we have this English too. Why don't you go and do a self-assessment and see how well you are, how good you are, and give them positive statement. Maybe they will get influenced to do that. Maybe to help them.
Well,
Thank you, ma'am.
okay. Well, thank you so much,
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Is there a chance for a question?
Okay. Well,
Okay,
we will
well,
discuss it
at a later point,
Okay,
ma'am.
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
I think
we profoundly
thank
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you
you so
Thank
much.
you
Yeah.
so much. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We profoundly thank Professor Uma Raman for having shared all their vast experiences related to Cambridge assessment and especially teaching strategies for all the four skills. And I really believe that the participants have really enjoyed the session, and especially that the last 30 minutes of the interaction with her, and might have given different perspective to look at the language skills. So, on behalf of the organizers and PSG College of Technology and ELTAI Coimbatore Chapter, we thank Professor Uma Raman for being online in this COVID-19 period and shared with all of us. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. And an announcement to all the participants. The webinar link especially to connect with GoToMeeting has been sent, and many have stated that it has gone to spam messages. So please check once again if your friends have already registered to the program, ask them to check it in the spam messages, and so that they can get connected with the program. And the afternoon session also will resume by 1:45. By Professor Leena Mukhopadhyay of English and Foreign Languages University Hyderabad. And you can use the same link for the entire day. And there will be a separate link will be provided to all the participants for the day 2 and for day 3 respectively. And at the end of the second session on each day, you'll be given two links specifically for feedback. And so you can fill that feedback only at the end of the day. So we look forward to your entire cooperation.
Where will it be provided?
Feedback link will be sent to your email ID. Feedback link will be sent to your email ID, and you can check it. You can respond to the feedback according to the session. Yeah.
You can also paste it in the chat box also.
Yes. Of course, we will be doing it, sir. We will be doing it, and then it's a Google form. Okay, so that is definitely going to be pasted. And further again, you can check your email also for the feedback link.
So what?
If not received,
what about the link for this? The link for this?
There is a break.
Yeah, please one at a time.
Yes.
What about the link for this session?
For the afternoon session, you can use the same ID for joining that afternoon session as well.
No, I'm asking the feedback link for this particular session.
Yeah, will be sent at the evening, sir. Will be sent at the evening. Okay, you'll be receiving two links connected with the feedback, and will be sent at the evening. At the end of the program, you will be given two links, two Google Forms, one for session 1 and one for session 2. So you'll be given two feedback link. Yeah, we'll be mentioning the date along with the resource person also. So based on that,
thank you.
Yeah. Okay, based on that, you can provide your feedback. Yeah.
When is the second session scheduled for today?
Okay, the afternoon session starts at 1:45 Indian Standard Time.
Okay,
Afternoon
thank you very much.
session starts at 1:45 p.m. Indian Standard Time using the same GoToWebinar link. If your colleagues have registered to the program, ask them to check their spam messages. And many have stated that the mail link has gone to spam, and then please ask them to log in with that webinar link.
One more
So
suggestion, sir. if
will
you
we
can-
be able to, excuse me, will we be able to join from the same link
Yes,
that
of
we
course.
received initially?
Yes, of course.
Yes, of course.
Of course, you can
Join
join by using the same link.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
One more suggestion, sir. Can you paste the same link in the Facebook?
Yes, sir.
thing
One
also?
second. Let me just do the process.
Okay. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. One second, sir.
Sir.
I'm
sending that
link to
everyone.
It would be better if you could put the link here right now in the chat box. It would be better.
Pardon, sir. Please, a little bit louder, please.
It would be better if you could put the link in this very chat box so that we can easily.
I have already pasted it in
the
chat box. Okay, please
Okay,
join
please
the
join
meeting
the
at the afternoon also by using the same link with the passcode,
the
access code given to you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank
Yes,
you
sir.
very much.
Please check it in the chat box for joining that afternoon session link also. Please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much for all your fabulous participation and raising the questions to the presenter. I, on behalf of the organizing team, PSG College of Technology and English Language Teachers Association of India, Coimbatore Chapter, thank every participant for coming online and then trying to actively participate in this webinar. Wish you all the best for the afternoon session. Thank you.
Thank you.
நீங்க பேச சார் எக்கோ அடிக்குது மீட்டிங் கட் ஆகுது யூடியூப்ல எக்கோ அடிக்குது அதுக்கு என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படி ஏதாவது வேற ஏதாவது மாற்றம் இப்போ முடிஞ்சது சார் இப்போ நம்ம சிஸ்டத்தை
সবাইকে দেখে খুব ভালো লাগছে আর ওরা আজাদ চেষ্টা করছিল এখানে জয়েন করা খুব সহজ লিঙ্কটাতে গেলে ওরা নিজেরাই দিয়ে দেবে
আচ্ছা আমরা মানে এখনই মিউট থাকবো সবাই আগে কথা বলে নিই পরে গেলে
অডিও আনমিউট করেন আনমিউট করেন
আচ্ছা আপু ওকে সাউন্ড স্টার্ট
আসসালামু আলাইকুম স্যার কতদিন পরে দেখলাম স্যার চেহারাটা
দুনিয়া
আনমিউট করেন স্যার আনমিউট করেন
পড়ছে ক্যামেরা आपको मजा आपको मजा
आपको मजा आपके रखोगे आपको मैडम
ওয়ালাইকুম আসসালাম আজাদ সবাইকে সালাম আচ্ছা আমি আগে বলে নেই আমাদের 30 মিনিট পরে এটা ডিসকানেক্টেড হয়ে যেতে পারে স্যার আপনাকে শোনা যাচ্ছে না
অডিও ঠিক আছে স্যার আনমিউট করেন স্যার আনমিউট করেন স্যার আনমিউট করেন ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে এবার ঠিক আছে
স্যার শুরু করার জন্য বলে নেই আমাদের এটা 30 মিনিটের মধ্যে হয়তো ডিসকানেক্টেড হয়ে যাবে স্যার সেই ক্ষেত্রে আমাদের যে পাসওয়ার্ড এবং আইডি ওই সেম আইডি সেম পাসওয়ার্ডে আবার জয়েন করতে হবে তাহলে আমরা কন্টিনিউ করতে পারবো
এটা অনেক সময় করা যাবে মাঝে মধ্যে বন্ধ হয়ে যাবে তখন ওটা আবার রিকানেক্ট করতে হবে
চল্লিশ মিনিটের মধ্যে মিটিং শেষ করে আমি বসে বসে না ঝামেল হবে না
সেম পাসওয়ার্ড আইডি দিয়ে আবার ঢোকা যাবে আমি সেদিন ক্লাস থেকে আমি 2 ঘন্টা ক্লাস নিতে
ভালো আছেন
স্যার চেহারা থেকে বোঝা যাচ্ছে ভালো
হ্যাঁ বুঝা যাচ্ছে যে তুমি বাড়িতে ছিলে।
বাড়িতে আসছি মানে কি বিছানায় আসছি?
আমি এখন লাইব্রেরিতে। লাইব্রেরি কি পিছন থেকে দেখা যাচ্ছে?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ।
সেদিন বাজারে গিয়েছি। হ্যাঁ। বাজারে তোমাকে তো খুবই ফ্রেশ এন্ড এনার্জেটিক জ্ঞান লাগছে।
আচ্ছা চেয়ারম্যান ম্যাডাম, আমাদের কি ফোরাম হয়ে গেছে?
ফোরাম
শুরু করে দেন ম্যাডাম, শুরু করে দেন ম্যাডাম, শুরু করে দেন, শুরু করে দেন।
অনারেবল চেয়ারম্যান,
হ্যাঁ স্যার,
আপনি কেমন শুনতে পাচ্ছেন?
পরিষ্কার সুন্দরভাবে শুনতে পাচ্ছি স্যার।
আচ্ছা তাহলে আপনি মিটিং শুরু করুন। আপনি শুধু বলেন বিসমিল্লাহির রহমানির রহিম, এইগুলো শুরু করেন, আর কিছু লাগবে না। হুজুরকে বলেন একটু কোরআন তেলাওয়াত করে দিন।
হ্যাঁ আনসার ভাই আনমিউট করে, আনমিউট করে
আর কুমারের করোনা উড়িয়ে দিন আমার লোকেশন।
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والله أحد لم يلد يكن له كفوا أحد.
ভালো আছে তো? তোমার অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
صدق الله.
অনেক ধন্যবাদ। আজকে আমাদের এই মিটিংটা হচ্ছে একাডেমিক কমিটির একদম গুরুত্বপূর্ণ সভা আর প্রথম ভার্চুয়াল সভা। তো ঈদ পরবর্তী এই প্রথম গেট টুগেদারে এবং আগামী ঈদের শুভেচ্ছা সকল ভার্চুয়াল গেট টুগেদার।
তবে চেয়ারম্যান ম্যাডাম তো দেখাচ্ছে ভার্চুয়ালি দেখাচ্ছে so much fine.
Looking very happy.
সবাইকে অনেক ভালো লাগছে, সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ।
আমার চেয়ারম্যানকে আমাদের চলবে না। হাসি খুশি চেয়ারম্যান।
ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಸರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಆನ್ ಬಂದಿತ್ತಮ್ಮ ஆல் கொடுத்துறேன் மியூட் தான் மியூட் ஆல் கொடுத்தாச்சு அன்மியூட் கொடுத்தோன்னா எல்லாருமே ஸ்பீக்கர் எல்லாமே பேசுவாங்க ஓகே எவ்ரி ஒன் இஸ் ஹேஸ் மியூட்டட்
இப்போ கிளியரா இருக்கு சார்.
ஓகே ஹலோ சார் ஹலோ யா சார் இஸ் இட் ஆடிபிள் கரெக்டாக இருக்கா சார்
இப்போ
எக்கோ அடிக்கல அதான்
அப்புறம் ஏன் அடிக்க சொல்ல அந்த சிஸ்டம் ஓபன் பண்ணி வச்சுக்காட்டியா
என்ன ரீசன் தெரியல. இந்த பக்கத்துல இருந்து இந்த இருந்துச்சா இங்க இருந்து பேசாங்க இருக்குன்னு தெரியல. எடுத்துச்சு இப்போ அந்த கேட்பாங்க அப்படியே கேட்டதுக்கு இப்போ கேட்டு பாருங்க.
ஹலோ
இப்போ
yes good afternoon ma'am. Yeah, please ma'am, yesterday night itself we have sent that the message to everyone. Okay, along with that I think you might have received the handout, and before that yeah, the link might the message might have gone to your spam, so please check that spam message also, and where you can find that invitation to participate the webinar will be there, and there could be 3 dots. Click the dots, then you can find the whole message will be appearing. Okay, fine. Okay. Yeah, please. Yeah, please. Yeah, okay, no problem. Okay, yeah, fine. You are welcome.
I'm sending from 300, okay? Again.
Yeah, Lena,
You call. இந்த வேலையை நான் பார்த்திருப்பேன், கொடுத்துருந்தீங்கன்னா நீட்டா பண்ணிருப்பேன்.
அதான் சொல்றேன். This is how I have done. But என்ன பண்றது? ஆமா. திரும்பவும் பாத்தீங்கன்னா செக் மெசேஜஸ் எல்லாம் போய் பார்த்தேன். எல்லாருக்குமே டெலிவர் ஆயிருந்தது. இஃப் நான் எனக்கு யாரெல்லாம் பவுன்ஸ் ஆனதோ அதுக்கு எல்லாமே திரும்ப லிங்க் அனுப்பி விட்டேன். இன்னைக்கு காலையில பாத்தீங்கன்னா you could see that another
I'll tell you, this is the last program I want to do.
with me. Definitely.
No, sir.
Mic off பண்ண பேசுங்க.
யாரு சார்? நானா அவரா?
அதே பேசுங்க. மியூட் பண்ணிடுங்க. ப்ளீஸ் மியூட் பண்ணி மைக்
might take several minutes, Madhu. This might take several minutes.
அது வந்துரும் மேம், அது வந்துரும். Hello. Camera வேண்டாம் சார், கேமரா. So good afternoon to all. It's just a technical check.
The password.
Paste something, paste later at the paste.
The password for the sir. Dot slash. Or
slash.
Incorrect. Dot.
வரக்கூடாதுல்ல எல்லாத்துக்கும் பேச்சு வந்துருங்க.
Hello.
Ma'am, could you? Okay, well, so but I couldn't see your image. Okay, please do unmute your webcam and all that, ma'am. Yeah, yes, please, just just to check. Yeah. No, not yet. Coming. Once again. Okay. No. No, ma'am, I couldn't. Only because mine is coming, and then rest of the members. Okay. Yeah. Once again. Okay. Then I'll just give that. Unmute your. Because I will just. Ma'am, did you see mine? Okay. Okay, fine. Now I have not made you as a presenter, and then now could you turn on your video, ma'am? Okay, and then I'm just giving it to everyone to then just to turn on your video. Then if I'm able to see your video, yeah, you have unmuted the mic, but I was just seeing your name alone. Okay, so nothing. No, I'm not able to see that video. Audio is once again. Audio, hello. Ma'am, I'm speaking over a phone, and then I'm not able to hear your voice. Okay, once again. Sir, voice. Once again. Yeah, once again. Yes, please go ahead, ma'am. Speak it. Hello. 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 Ma'am, is it possible to please speak, ma'am? Ma'am, your voice is very low. Please, some more. Please give it a full. Ma'am, you are still speaking over phone. Okay. Please speak through that system. Yes. Okay. Speak through that the mic. Yeah. Get point class, sir. Yeah, number system going to Yeah, hello. Suganti, ma'am. Audio pin, sir. Audio pin, Suganti. Audio pin not entered in silver, sir. Send audio pin to enable muting. This sir. Suganti audio pin number 78 to enable muting. Yeah, sir. சார் இதுல அவங்க சுகந்தி ஆடியோ மியூட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஆமா சார். அவங்க தான் எனேபிள் பண்ணணும் இல்லையா? நீங்க எனேபிள் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா? நம்ம நான் இதுல தான் இருக்கு பாருங்க. Ma'am, audio pin, you have muted your audio, ma'am. You are muted your mic and all that. So just check it once again, ma'am. Yeah. Unplug and plug it again. Are you connecting it with a laptop, ma'am? iPhone. Okay. சரி அது பாருங்க அது எப்படின்றது ஏன்னா because இதுல இருந்துச்சுன்னா that has been showing audio pin sent ன்னு வருது. இப்போ now audio pin has been sent. So சார் பாத்துக்கிறேன்ட்டாரா டோட்டலா எப்படி போகுதுன்றது பிரகாஷ் சார் பாத்துக்கிறேன்ட்டாரா யூடியூப் இதுல வந்துட்டு இருக்கு. இதுல வந்துட்டு hello, yes. Okay. Yeah, I have given that. The pin number is also okay. I have given you that. Yeah, 1 second. You have not connected with. You came out. Okay, of go to meeting. Okay, fine. Yes, okay.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Okay, now, yeah, okay, you are unmuted. One second. Yeah, ma'am, is it okay? Audible to you?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir. Can you hear me?
I have I've been checking that mic. Okay, through that mic I am been. Is it audible to you, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I made you as a presenter, and but your video is not coming.
Okay, 1 second, wait. Okay, can you see me? Can you see the video? Hello?
Yeah. Okay. Ma'am, yeah. Okay, yes.
Hi. Oh, God. Okay.
Speak over that.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me? Is it audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me? Is it audible?
I'm not able to hear you. இங்க இருந்துன்னா ஒரு நிமிஷம். ஓ இங்க இதா இருக்கு சார். 1 second. 1 second, ma'am. 1 second.
Okay, sir, no problem.
Speakers headphones mute ஆயிருக்கு. The volume button இதுல இருக்கு சார். Volume button இதுல இருக்கு பாருங்க சார். Okay, yeah, fine. இதுல. அந்த பாருங்க. Okay. Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah, fine. Okay, now it's
how is the clarity?
Yeah, clarity is fine. Okay. Audio clarity.
Then we can proceed like this, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Okay, well, fine. So I'm just muting the camera and the mic right now. Maybe you might be online. Okay, yeah, fine. No problem. Okay.
So we will again meet at 1:45, right?
1:45, yeah.
Okay.
1:45. Okay, fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So instructions.
Yeah, we will do it, ma'am, here itself. Okay, then, I will do it here itself. No problem.
Okay.
Yeah, fine. Because,
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye. Hello. Apu? That's Apu.
Get the information through mail?
Okay. So probably, if you are going to send along.
From the chat box, I am not getting the chat box because I am handling it to the
Pass to
mobile.
everyone.
And
When you join go to meeting, when you get connected, then there are The icons would be there. One is people and the other one is chat would be there.
Oh, no,
Right
that means
side.
in the uppercase, there are the one is the participants, and second is exit.
Chat. Chat is there.
I'm finding.
In the chat,
Okay.
you can raise your questions to the presenter. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Yeah, you're welcome, sir. Dear participants, again, you are in the right place again, with a GoToMeeting webinar room. I hope many people are really stating again, am I at the right place now? But I think it's due to that the meeting ID when it is given. I hope it has been directed your email to spam. I hope so. So we have sent that mail yesterday itself, and as many participants have stated that it is not visible. But when they check their own spam messages, then they are able to see that the spam messages. So where they are able to identify that the mail and they are able to connect with that GoToMeeting. Yeah. So sorry for that technical glitch that has happened, and so and again it is with the Google, and we cannot take that ownership of it. Of course, as technical people, as we need to rely on some technology to pass all the information. So. Yeah. Nice to see you, sir. So where are you from, sir? Where are you from? Okay, then from which institution you are sharing your screen?
Hello, Shankar. Can you hear
yes.
me?
Yeah. Ma'am, could you hear me?
Yeah. My computer is saying to switch off the webcams.
Yeah,
When I do the presentations, maybe if you switch off the webcams, that.
Okay. Don't do that because I have not given that mode as a presenter. So Ma'am, I need to enable that mode as a presenter. So then automatically you will become visible to everyone. Okay. So please wait for a couple of minutes, ma'am.
Are you, Shankar, are you giving me the present? A little loud.
Vinaya, ma'am, is it audible?
I can't hear you, Shankar. I can't hear you.
Assalamualaikum. Bikhair. Allah yabarak fik.
Hello, Leena, ma'am.
Yeah.
Is it audible to you right now?
Yeah. It is better, Shankar. It is better.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, welcome. So when I present, you will give me the presenter profile, right?
Yeah,
so
yes,
that I
of
can
course.
share
Yeah.
the screen.
Yeah. So my colleague will introduce, and immediately after that, I will pass that the presentation
Shankar,
mode.
can you just once tell me once again how to go to the screen sharing mode?
Yeah, okay. There are 4 buttons available. One is mic, camera, and the third one is a screen. And when I give that the presenter mode, automatically you'll accept that as yes. Then immediately you can click on that screen.
Can you just do that once? Can you just do that once now?
Yeah, once again, yeah. Okay, I have given that, but yeah, try to switch on your webcam, ma'am. Yeah, your camera is off.
I see. I will do it. Just a second.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Great.
So I need to. So how will the screen now show?
I will do that. Okay. Yeah. I will increase that. So there are 4 buttons available. Okay. And you have shared the screen and go to the, go to that from the current slide. You can go. Yeah, that's it, ma'am.
And what does this mean? Change presenter?
Yeah, I have given that the presenter option to you. You are going to present that information, and then from the current slide, you can go for full view, and you can do.
Okay, but so when I go to the full view, will it show on the GoToMeeting screen as well? Otherwise, I'll get a little confused. Wait, I'll tell you what I mean.
Yeah, go to this presenter view option in the slideshow. Okay, and go to that, just click on that, the presenter view.
Presenter view, where is it? Can you just guide me?
Okay, in your PPT, there are so many tools there. Like, yeah, ma'am, just give an escape. Give that escape right now.
Presenter view. Yes, I've got it.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Now you are in the full view mode.
Okay.
Is it okay? Yeah. Next to tools, there is a slide view there. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
But on the main screen, can you see 2 screens?
I
Yes,
mean,
of
two
course.
slides or one.
Yeah, I'm able to see that 2 slides.
That is not what I want. I just want one slide.
One slide. Okay, once again. Yeah, let me increase
One
that.
slide at a time.
Okay. Fine, it's okay?
Yeah, this is fine. Yeah. This is fine. This is better actually, Shankar,
Okay.
Then I will know what is showing on the screen.
Yeah, okay.
And
yeah, that's it.
And in Zoom, you can also see the video of the person somewhere at the side. So that's usually a little easy, but here there is no such option, but it is okay.
And it's the control is with a technical person.
Ma'am,
like
we
us.
can see you.
Yeah.
Ma'am, we can see you. Don't worry. We can see you.
Participants are able to see you, ma'am.
No, that's not important. What I meant was I could get a sense of the, how things are processed. But it is okay. Is my voice audible?
Yeah, yes, really.
Absolutely fine.
It's audible.
Your voice absolutely fine.
Okay, yeah, probably.
Right, thank you.
One of in the chat box, someone has stated that they're not audible much. So voice is clear. Yeah, voice is clear. Maybe a little bit louder enough. That's enough. Voice is clear, ma'am.
Okay, voice is clear. You, ma'am. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Good. Because that's important. I mean, I can do without the video. My video, that's not important. Me and my voice is important. Okay.
We can see you. We can see the slides.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vishali.
I'm going unmute now.
So Shankar, now you can take away the presenter thing. I have got a sense, so
yeah, okay,
I will be able to do it.
Fine.
So
I'll do that, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. Looks like a bit like the R console.
I want this laptop here. I want the laptop.
Okay, yeah, fine. Ma'am, shall we start?
Shanti.
Yeah, once again, yeah. Leena, ma'am, could we start?
Is it time? 150, right?
Yeah, 10 more minutes.
152. Yeah, 152.
Shankar sir, how is the audibility?
Yeah, it's good enough. It's audible.
Okay.
Okay. First, let me give you an instruction to them.
Yeah.
So
proceed.
I request, good afternoon to everyone. I request all the participants, please mute your mic, and those who have access to through the mobile, please mute yourself. And those who have access to through that the desktop, we are going to mute. Dear participants, when you are accessing this platform through your mobile, please mute your mic. And as administrator, we can mute the people who are with the facility to voice over themselves. We can mute them automatically.
Audition is not there.
Unmuted. Because of your meeting.
So I couldn't hear the audition is not there. Yeah, sir, wait for a minute, sir. And I've muted all. Okay, yeah. I'm waiting for the chief guest to say, okay, so let's proceed further. Yeah. Very nice to see you, Bala, sir. And so it's muted. It's muted, yeah. Yeah. Lena ma'am, can we start? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, fine, yeah. Sukanti ma'am, you are okay?
Sir, it is automatically getting muted. Okay.
Okay, fine. We will start that session. So good afternoon, all the participants of this international faculty development program on assessment literacy, challenges and innovations during 18th to 20th of June 2020. I welcome all the participants and the resource person, Dr. Leena Mukhopadhyay, on behalf of PSG College of Technology and ELTAI Coimbatore Chapter to address the gathering. Before that, I welcome Dr. Sukanti S. Kumar, my colleague, to introduce the chief guest to all the participants.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all. I'm glad to introduce our today's speaker of the session, Dr. Leena Mukhopadhyay. Dr. Leena Mukhopadhyay is an associate professor in the School of English Language Education, the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad, India. She has a very high academic profile. She is a language educator who has been working in the Indian multilingual context for the past 2 decades. She is specialized in English as second foreign language in multilingual context across the world. She is an expert in second language acquisition, teaching methodologies, research methodology, materials design, testing and assessment in English for primary education, general and academic purposes. Currently, she is involved in an ESRC DFID UK project led by the University of Cambridge on multilingual education in India under challenging context in collaboration with UK and Indian institutions. She has strong research experience in all the above areas and published good number of articles both in national and international journals. Now I request Dr. Leena Mukhopadhyay to proceed.
Thank you so much for the fabulous welcome. over to Dr. Leena Mukhopadhyay to present on the topic assessment literacy, the need of the hour, and the principles of assessment to all the participants of this international webinar. Over to you, ma'am.
Mute. Good afternoon, everybody. And if there are participants who are from other parts of the world, then good morning, good evening, according to your time zones. I would first like to give a huge thank you to Shankar, for contacting me and asking me to contribute, which I was very happy to do so. And I'm really looking forward to this session with all of you, because I know all of you are practicing teachers and you have been facing, a lot of problems because of the COVID situation. So overnight, you had to change your teaching strategies, assessment strategies. And there are some of the things which we will discuss today, and maybe it will strike a chord in your heart, in terms of things that we are going through. And thank you, Sugandhi, for your kind words of appreciation. Thank you for your warm note of welcome. And with that, I will start my session. I will take around 55 minutes to do the presentation. And then I would welcome you to, have a round of question-answer sessions with me. So if you wish to, I think they can put up their questions in the chat box. Isn't it, Shankar? Is that possible?
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
And then we can do a good round of discussion. And at the end, Shankar will share a link with you, which is a very important form, where I need to take your perspectives and your understanding about the field and what do we do in future. So where do we go from here? So to understand that, you would have to kindly take some 30 minutes of your time, to fill up this form, share it with me, and then we can take things forward. So with that, I would begin my presentation. So I have to accept the share screen, right, Shankar? Just give me a moment, I will. So is my voice audible?
Yes, ma'am, audible.
Right. So I would go very slow, with respect to the slides, and I would also refer to the slide number so that you are able to, connect to the issues and concepts that I am speaking about. However, if there is any part which you are not able to follow and at the end you would like me to repeat, please feel free to do so. Right. So today we are going to look at the concept of language assessment literacy and the 5 golden principles of assessment. So what role do the 5 principles of assessment play in our knowledge of language assessment literacy? So let us go to the next slide, slide number 2, and let me give you the overview of the presentation. So it would revolve around 4 questions. So question number 1 is, what is assessment literacy and who needs it? Followed by how to implement it in classroom context. So what are the challenges? We would be discussing that. Thirdly, what are the 5 principles of assessment and what role do they play in assessment literacy? So this is a connection that I would try to make. And lastly, we would look at how to adapt assessment literacy to the current pandemic situation. So some of the challenges and some of the innovations. And I would bring in some, some reflections from the International Language Assessment webinar that I was fortunate enough to participate last evening from the USA. And there also the presenters made a few reflections on the current pandemic situation. So I would be able to share a summary of that session to you, with all of you as well. So let us look at what is assessment literacy and who needs it. So this is something which is very fundamental to our understanding, and it is of such importance that every professional development person or every educator is in need of knowledge of assessment literacy. So it's not something that we can ignore. And so all of us need it. So there isn't any special, narrow focused group who are in need of assessment literacy, but anybody who is a teacher or related to education are in need of assessment literacy. And in the morning session, those of you who have attended, I think there was a discussion on standardized testing and assessment and the challenges involved in that. Whereas in this session, I would only focus on the classroom-based assessment. So this is something which is very close to what we do as everyday experiences as teachers. And there is a lot of scope that we can have in terms of, implementing our assessment practices, in terms of reflecting on how the assessment practices have gone, and what are the kinds of changes or kinds of developments that we should be following based on our assessment practices. So our entire discussion is going to be centered around classroom-based assessment. So what do classroom teachers go through? How do they plan for their assessment practices? And what kind of knowledge do they need? Do they have enough training to do that? In addition to that, do they face any institutional challenges? So these are some of the things that we will be discussing in this session. So I would like to show you some questions and give you a minute to reflect on these questions. I would quickly read them out for you. Do you know what your learners need to be tested on? Can you define their learning objectives? Can you put these learning objectives into application-based format of testing and assessment? Do you know how to choose your items and arrange them sequentially? Do you think giving feedback to your learners is an important aspect? Do you feel confident that you know about how to give feedback? And lastly, have you ever been trained professionally to do questions 1 to 5? So you can reflect in your mind, about these 6 questions, and if you have yes to more than 4 of the questions, then you do not need this webinar. You are in a position to train other colleagues on these issues. However, if you have no to more than 4 of the questions, then let's do this webinar together, right? So these are the 6 issues that we will be discussing and which form the core of assessment literacy. And that is why my first statement, it's not my statement, it is the statement of other researchers who have been working in the domain of assessment literacy for the last 3 decades, that they have formulated this statement that every educator is in need of assessment literacy. So that is the importance and the significance of this construct. And hence we need to do it together as a teaching community. So moving on to my 5th slide. So I would like to begin with pointing out some important resources which you could use to, increase your knowledge base if you have already not looked at this resource. So one of the best resources for classroom-based assessment, to know about classroom-based assessment in a systematic, stepwise, accessible manner, is this book by Douglas Brown and his student Priyamvada Abhivikrama from Sri Lanka. So this is the 2nd edition of the book, and it is a very, very handy book. So I, in fact, use it in my master's course, as my primary book, go-to book, in order to educate my researchers, in order to educate my students on the concept of assessment and assessment literacy. So therefore, I thought this would be a good place to share with you. You could get a copy for yourself, or you could ask your administration to get some reference copies of this book, in the library. And if you can make it a point to go through the book, it will leave you with a very rich learning experience. And most of the ideas discussed in this book are all very easily applicable to the classroom context. So that is the strength of the book, right? And also the second source that I would be referring to is a very recent article which has come up in this journal called Language Testing in Asia. It's on language assessment literacy. and it shows a multi-analysis or a meta-analysis of this domain, and the research that has been conducted in this domain in the last 2 decades. So what do we need to learn, unlearn, and relearn? So this is another source which you could look at later. Once you have probably looked at Brown and Abevikrama's book, you could go into the next. So that is the more advanced kind of a reading. So moving on to the next slide. So let us look at once again, what is assessment literacy and who needs it? So the goal of assessment has to be, above all, to support the improvement of learning and teaching. So more than measuring students' abilities out of a particular course or a semester of learning, the goal of assessment, if we can change our perspective, and understand that assessment has an intrinsic role to play in the language learning development of students, and also in my teaching practices, then that would give me a different kind of an understanding to look at the lens of assessment. So therefore, I would not assess to judge my students, but I would assess my students to understand how the process of learning is taking place and what role does my assessment and teaching practices have to play in that learning. Are there ways in which I can accelerate the learning process? Are there ways in which I can facilitate the learning process? Is something that assessment literacy deals with. Then the second important aspect, which is, unfortunately, this is a concept which is not much discussed. This is not much utilized in in-service or pre-service teacher training. And so research shows that vast majority of ESL, EFL teachers are pushed into a condition where they have to teach and assess without having enough training on how to identify assessment tools and utilize the assessment tools in a systematic, methodical, and fair manner. So this is a discussion which is the need of the hour, and more so in this situation of pandemic, when we are working from the corners of our homes and we have become we are experiencing a lot of isolation, isn't it? That as teachers, we have to function from our study rooms or in a corner of our houses, and we no longer have that vibrant student community around us. So all the more reason that we need to be more conscious about how we can provide support to our teachers in order to utilize assessment tools in a standardized, systematic, fair manner. So this, as a field, started gaining prominence from the early 2000s based on the research of a few young researchers who took this up, as their PhD area of research. And thereafter, the field has been gaining prominence. So classroom assessment. I'm sorry, I just did something, I don't know what. Just lost my PPT. Yeah, so classroom assessment. When we look at classroom assessment, for us, the context is of paramount importance. Context meaning, who are our learners? What are they being trained on? And for what reasons would they use language in the current context and maybe in the next 5 years or so? So context plays a very, very important role in our decisions on identifying assessment tools and administering assessment tools. So assessment literacy as a concept has gained a functional meaning, meaning that it requires some amount of knowledge for which we need to read. So that is why I directed your attention to the Brown and Abevikrama's book. So we need to develop the knowledge by reading about it. And it also is a skill. So we need to practice it to get it, right? So it has a functional meaning. It does not have a theoretical meaning. It has a very practical meaning, and it is something that we as teachers are dealing with every day, day in and day out. But the point is that many of us are not formally trained on how to deal with this concept in a more systematic manner. And hopefully, this presentation will make you a little more conscious, to identify sources from which you could better your knowledge and maybe feel more confident about your skill, or get an understanding that which aspects of the skill do you need to work upon. So let me go to the next slide. So what do teachers need to have in order to gain assessment literacy? So teacher competence needs to be developed on these following aspects. So on one hand, teachers need to gain theoretical and procedural knowledge about how to conduct, assessments, how to choose the correct assessment tool, how to understand what are the implications of that assessment tool, and also I understand the effect the assessment tool has on learners by giving them timely feedback. So that is the theoretical and procedural knowledge. Along with that, teachers surely need to have practical knowledge or practical experience that which tool behaves in which manner. So certain times your tool might be fantastic, so you might be very good at doing multiple choice items. But when you do it with a group of learners, you realize that they are not ready for that kind of tool, that they are not able to gain much from that tool, that their learning goals are not met on the basis of that tool. So that is where you can decide that, okay, let me try out another kind of tool which might become better for the learners. So these tools are like, doses of medicines. Like the doctors do not know which medicine will exactly cure which patient in what manner. It's a trial and error process, and through years of research, then they come to certain conclusions that which drugs can be prescribed for which symptoms. So in the field of language assessment also, we have to keep trying using a variety of tools in order to hit upon, on the basis of our practical knowledge, that which tool or which tools are likely to have better impact on our learners. So our practical knowledge is of supreme importance. And along with that, we also need to understand that any act of assessment or any act of language assessment per se is a social phenomenon. So it is not devoid of the society. It is not devoid of the psychological feelings of our learners. It is also not devoid of our own attitudes and beliefs about assessment. Therefore, a combination of socio-cultural understanding and teacher beliefs and attitudes around the concept of language assessment and the usefulness of tools of language assessment is very central to our understanding of assessment literacy. So assessment literacy is quite a complex product, which is a combination of various aspects. And this diagram helps us understand the concept in the form of a summary, that if we have to feel confident that we have assessment literacy. So literacy in general parlance would mean the ability to read and write. Yes, but then the concept of literacy in this age has got a wider understanding, has got a wider meaning, where it means a domain-specific knowledge and skills in that domain. So language assessment literacy would mean domain-specific knowledge on language assessment and assessment tools, and our skill set to be able to implement those tools in a manner that they become beneficial for our learners. So by themselves, the tools do not have a lot of role to play. They do not have life of their own, right? The manner in which we use them, we implement it with our learners, gives it a whole new life and a whole new meaning to the understanding of language learning and what learners experience, as a result of that. So That is why when we talk about teacher competence in language assessment, it is a combination of all these aspects put together. Moving on to my next slide, slide number 8. So if we were to look at a very, very simple, assessment literacy inventory, so there have been loads of inventories which have been designed by language assessing researchers to understand, teacher attitude, teacher understanding of this concept. And I have chosen a very simple literacy inventory, which has been designed by Eddie White as a part of his doctoral research. And so we need to ask 6 questions to ourselves. What is the purpose of my test or assessment? Do I know that? What are my test or assessment objectives? Does my test or assessment specifications look aligned to the purposes and objectives? Do I know how to select or design my items and arrange them in an appropriate manner? And while administering my test or assessment, do I know how to help my students achieve their best performance or their maximal output? And do I have experience with scoring or grading my learners and giving them feedback that leads back to learning? Right? So I will quickly discuss each of these 6 questions on this slide for you to reflect on, so that you know that which aspects do you feel you are confident about, you can handle easily, and you can decide or you can make up in your minds, which ones do you not know and you have to work upon. So all our understanding of these 6 questions would be based on the context of assessment. Right? So what is the context of assessment? Context of assessment, what are they studying? What is their current level of English competence? What is the expected level of competence in the next 5 years? And so on. So once we are able to identify the context of assessment, we can go through each of these 5 aspects, leading on to the 6th aspect. So the purpose of my test or assessment would be the broadest rubric, which would be tied to the course, syllabus or curriculum, all that has to be covered in that syllabus, or all that I think my learner should know as a result of a particular course or a particular, program. So if I'm doing a general proficiency course for my learners who are in grade 10, then for what reasons would they be able to use English as a target language? So they should be able to use it for academic reading and writing, and they should also be able to use it for oral communication in a variety of contexts, right? And the context could be in class, could be out of class, could be with the family members, could be with strangers, could be at a marketplace, so on and so forth, right? So all of these abilities would sum up to become the purpose of my, overall course, from which I can draw some aspects which can become the objectives of my current test or assessment. So purpose is the broadest rubric. Objectives would be a slightly narrowed down set of, statements which are related to or which summarize my entire assessment or testing tool. So I would be happier using the word assessment because it has a larger implication than a pencil and paper test, right? So an assessment, a set of assessment objectives would actually be covering everything that is included in the assessment. And then I go into a more narrow understanding, which are the specifications, right? So specifications would relate to every item or every task goal that I am looking for. So I can have, a story writing task out of which I could have specifications like, ability to write a story
following the structure or the plot of the story. So that could be a specification for me, the outcome of which can be measured through somebody's narrative writing ability. That's one example, right? So the specifications are the narrow statements which are translated into items, tasks, and sections of the test or the assessment. Right? So the specifications have to be closely aligned to my design and selection of test items or tasks, right? And the more closely I'm able to align it, the better the product would be for my learners. Because we have to keep the learning goal as our primary intention to design an assessment, right? So that's very important. And then we come to the fifth stage where we would have to ensure that there aren't any glitches while administering the test or assessment, which might put my students at a disadvantage. Because if that happens, then it would have a detrimental effect on my students for no fault of theirs. Like for example, I'm doing this presentation now with all of you, but no matter how good or how bad the content is, if the audio quality is poor, then it doesn't make a lot of difference, right? So that is an administration issue. So similarly, in a testing or an assessment setup, especially in this COVID situation, that test administration issues can have a negative impact on my learners' performance, but I can ensure that it does not happen and my students are able to achieve their maximal learning potential by ensuring that the test administration does not have errors as much as possible. So I control for those factors humanly as much as possible. That is where the role of a human teacher comes in. And then, very importantly, the last part of assessment is what kind of training do I have, that I can score or grade my learner responses and give them meaningful feedback, which will allow them to learn, aspects of the language in a better manner, and they can set goals, that, okay, this is what I know, so where do I go from here? So it gives them a direction for growth. So that is the impact of feedback on my learners, right? So that is a very, very important segment of assessment literacy. And that is something that we need to constantly ask ourselves. So there are no, quick solutions to this, but it is the teacher engagement with these issues which make these issues more meaningful for my learners, right? So to quickly summarize this slide, so our concept of language assessment literacy would be revolving around these, and the more easeful you are with these 6 steps, the better your assessment literacy would be. Okay, so these are 6 questions for you to reflect in your mind, that which ones you know well, you feel confident, and which ones do you need to develop. But at every point of time, you would have to revisit the context of assessment, because if we decontextualize the assessment, then much of it loses its meaning. It's no longer significant, because everything that I would be applying would be in relation to who are my students, what are they studying, what is their current level of English competence, and what is their expected level of competence in the next 5 years or 10 years. Right, now I would move on to my next slide. How to implement the concept of assessment literacy in the classroom. So how can we do it in the present times? So first of all, we need to ask ourselves that in our view, what is language? And when I say language, it could be any language. It could be learners L1, it could be their L2, it could be a foreign language. So whichever is the target language that they are doing a course with me as a teacher, and they need to be assessed upon. So in the present context, if we think of English as the language of instruction, and also a second language on which they need to develop competence, what is the role of English? It is very, very complex in today's world. So first of all,
English as a concept, as a language, is across disciplines. It is transdisciplinary. It does not pertain to only the English language classroom, but it can be used in social sciences, it can be used in mathematics, it can be used in physics. So it is transdisciplinary and it involves multiple competencies. So it's not only grammatical competence, it is not, the ability to write sentences, full sentences, correct sentences. It is not the ability to only maybe have a telephonic conversation with a friend. It does not mean that if I can write an email in English to my friend, that is enough. So it is a multiple competency construct. It requires understanding and skill in multiple aspects, as in the 4 skills, along with grammar, along with lexis, along with pragmatic competence, along with the concept of, affective factors, that I might be very good at using sentences, or my grammar might be very good, but the manner in which I speak to people, they don't quite like the manner in which, or the tone in which I speak. So when we say multiple competences, all of these aspects are rolled into one. So there is a social dimension, there is a culture. So the manner in which I use English in India would be slightly different from how I would use it in maybe in the context of Japan or maybe US or Australia, because it will gain a cultural significance with a change in geographical location. That is very likely to happen because English is not our native language, although it is going to the level where it can become that's not a very good trend, but we cannot, do anything about social phenomena. So we tend to align many of our cultural, aspects which come from a variety of Indian languages into English. So therefore, the cultural, flavor of English becomes very unique in the Indian diaspora, and that becomes very significant when we take this cultural competence about English into a context like, let's say, UK or US, right? So it is a multi-competence construct. It is a multilingual construct. So in India, when we, do communication outside of class, it is very, very normal for us to do a lot of code switching, to do a lot of language mixing. And we do that because we are competent multilinguals. We know a variety of languages which are used in such a manner that they don't confuse the speakers or the hearers, and at the same time, we can continue with a conversation that is well understood by that particular speech community. So it's a multilingual construct. It is no longer a monolingual construct. And in today's world, not only is language competence, we can assess through the face-to-face mode, or we need to have the ability to use it in face-to-face mode, but also through the technological medium. Like, for example, what we are doing right now, it's staring at our faces, that we are using English through the technological medium. So this is also something that our learners need to be prepared for. So in the present context, our viewing of language as a construct has become even more advanced and complicated. Therefore, the kind of measurements about language ability of learners that we can use can undergo a lot of changes and help us decide which aspect or which design of measurement or which design of tool would be useful for our learners, right? So we can have 2 sets. So I'm not getting into a very detailed bifurcation, but I'm just mentioning 2 types of tools, one, short tests and quizzes to quickly check comprehension of content. So let's say you are a social science teacher and you want to quickly find out how well the students have understood a particular unit. So you can very well do that using short tests and quizzes. It will not take you much time, but it will give you a lot of good information as to how much the content has been comprehended. However, language is more than content comprehension, right? We just discussed that it is a multi-competency construct. it is a transdisciplinary construct, it is a multilingual construct. So we cannot pinpoint that only one particular discrete item is enough to capture somebody's language ability. That's a very unfair means to capture students' language ability, right? And also language ability is dynamic. It is in a state of growth. So if we have to understand the gradual growth in learners, it is very important that consciously, if you look at my square bracket here, that we move towards performance-based assessment, that we do not stick to only discrete point testing like short tests and quizzes. So this is something that the present assessment literacy development or research focuses on, advises, and takes up, that we consciously move from discrete point testing to performance-based assessment. Because performance-based assessment, like projects, submission of written assignments, submission of diary notes, some teachers are even using electronic portfolios, So all these tools have the ability to capture the development, the gradual development of language, and also in a multi-competent manner. So many a times, for example, in a project, the peers can be involved. So we are not looking at competency in terms of an individual construct, but we are looking at it in terms of a dialogic construct, that we are looking at it in relation to what the learner is able to do in relation to working in a group, right? So these are capacities which the performance-based assessment have, which the discrete point testing do not have. Therefore, as teachers, if we have to quickly check comprehension, tests and quizzes are fine. But if we have to really, identify that what has been the learning development of my learners, we really need to consciously move towards performance-based assessment. And also in this COVID, situation, this will make it more meaningful. This will give the learners a lot of confidence, that you are tracking their development gradually, and you are not, giving them a stamp or giving them a grade just on a one-time performance. Right? So this is very, very important. This is a challenge, but this is also a new direction in language assessment in the current times. Okay, now I would like to shift to another important point, that there are twin dimensions of language assessment. So on one hand, you could be using language, namely English, as the medium of instruction, and you are a content teacher. So you are a mathematics teacher, you are a geography teacher, you are a social science teacher, or you are an English literature teacher, versus where you look at only a proficiency course, right? So there are twin dimensions of language assessment, content and proficiency, and we have to constantly juggle between them. So you need to identify what is your area of language assessment. Are you assessing content through English, or are you a part of a general specific proficiency course, and are you a tutor of a general or a specific English proficiency? So what is your role as a teacher? Because that will vary the manner in which you use the assessment tool, and how you use your grading and feedback. Okay, so it could also be a mix of the above two dimensions. So many a times we do not have very much watertight compartments of these two aspects, So it could be a mix of both dimensions as well. So that will help you take your future decisions. If it is only content, only proficiency, versus a combination of both. So if it's a combination of both, you need to decide how much of the assessment will focus on content and how much will be on proficiency. I'll give you a quick example. So let's say your students have been asked to submit a written assignment of, let's say, 500 words on a unit in social science, right? Or a unit in biology. So of that assignment, how much weight will you give for content? So you can give 60% of the weight for content and 40% of the weight for proficiency. And you, as a science teacher, can also assess the proficiency of the learners. It is not your primary aim, But then when we look at language across the curriculum, this is how the development of a learner's language proficiency is envisaged, right? So it's a very, very useful construct. And if we have this distinction in our mind and we are very conscious about that, then right. So moving on to my next slide. So now we quickly look at what are the 5 principles of assessment and what role do they play in assessment literacy. So the 5 principles of assessment, how do we use them? So before we look at the 5 principles of assessment, let us quickly look at why do we need to follow the principles of assessment in the first place? What is the reason? Why do we need to do that? So let us begin with that. So our role as teachers and assessors are, we need to design and administer, systematic, fair tests and assessment. We also need to evaluate student performance. And in each of these steps, we need to make sure that our students are not negatively affected. They're not negatively affected. So that's very, very important. And if we use the 5 principles of assessment, in our assessment practices, if we involve them in our assessment practices, in taking decisions about assessment tools, selection of items, etc., then we can control for or address the problems of assessment. Yeah, and we can create and administer language tests or assessments that are fair in nature. And when we declare the results and the feedback, they become very meaningful for the learner. So that is the reason it is a commitment that we have to ourselves, that we follow the 5 principles, the golden principles of language assessment, so that we don't go wrong. So it's like a guideline, a set of guidelines. So let us look at what are those 5 principles and what they mean to us as teachers. So a large component of language assessment literacy would mean that we have in some way thought about or we have knowledge about these 5 principles. So the 5 principles are reliability, validity, authenticity, practicality, and washback. Now, what do they mean in my teacher's dictionary? Let us quickly look at very simple understanding of these 5 principles so that we can apply it in our context. So I will give you one example where I can show you how these principles have been utilized. So the 5 golden principles of assessment. So if we look at, the first principle, reliability, it would mean, am I marking all my student work consistently? Do I have a protocol? Do I have a checklist? Do I have a criteria on the basis of which I can mark my student work consistently? If I can do that, then I would be yielding reliable results out of my test. The second principle, validity, would mean, is my test measuring what it is supposed to measure? So let's say I have a narrative writing task and I'm using it to measure a learner's handwriting. Very mundane example, but just to make you understand that. So my test specification and what the test is measuring should not have a misalignment. So that is the concept of validity, that my test should measure what I have planned it to measure and not something else. The third principle, authenticity, it would mean, am I using tests, tasks and items which are real life, which are conditions, simulated conditions in which my learner should have been able to use the language outside of classroom. So are my examples authentic? Are they interesting? will my learners want to participate in those tasks, not do them just because it's an administrative activity, right? Then the fourth principle of practicality, that is my assessment easy to administer, easy to design, easy to give feedback, right? So does it require a balanced level of resources? And the last principle, washback, on the basis of taking the tasks and assessments, do I create a positive impact on my learner mind? Would they like to come back to me for more such tasks and assessments, or would they run away from me? So if they are going to run away from me, then definitely the testing or the assessment experience had not been a pleasurable experience for them. So we have to guard against that. So that is the concept of washback, right? So this is what it means in my classroom context. Now, there are two researchers, Bachman and Palmer, who theorize that in every assessment situation, these 5 rules or these 5 principles can be used in a relative proportion. So everything cannot be 10%. So let's say if you are giving a very authentic task, like let's say a telephonic conversation task to a group of 20 learners, it is very authentic, but practicality, it will be low because I will have to spend that much time listening to each conversation for each pair. Yeah, so I cannot do it as a pencil and paper test. So it has to be relative proportion, and that is how we create a balance in our assessment practices. Okay, let me now give you an example of assessing grammar. This is something that interests most of our teachers because they have to deal with it on an everyday basis. So how can we assess grammar? So when we look at the concept of assessment of grammar, we need to ask ourselves as teachers, so this is a planning for assessment of grammar, teacher planning. So this slide is an example of teacher planning. So what knowledge do I want to test? For example, I want to test tense use knowledge, right? So I have identified my test objective. I need to check on the tense use knowledge of my learners. Now, my next question to myself should be, how do I test it? How do I select my item type? How do I select my items? How do I organize them in a sequential manner, right? So we can have 3 levels that I have pointed out for you, which are very distinct from each other. So I can decide to, make it very inauthentic, but on a large scale basis, I can do discrete point items like fill in the blanks, spot the error, right? But then I need to ask myself that, am I doing this test for my convenience? Do my learners get anything, meaningful out of this testing tool? Or should I move towards a more performance-based test? So that is where we have the second example, contextualized, assessment of grammar. So they can read a text and be asked to underline the use of, let's say, progressive forms, participle forms, right? Or they can be asked to narrate a story from a wordless strip. So these are all contextualized use of language through which I will be examining their use of tense, right? So it's very different from discrete point testing. And then lastly, we can have an even more, authentic set of tasks where we integrate it with multiple skills. So read a text, paraphrase, listen to a conversation and summarize. And the result I get from each learner, learner performance, in that performance, I look for tense use. So this is a more performance-based assessment on the basis of which I assess grammar. And therefore, I attend to the concept of, positive washback, high authenticity, maybe low on practicality, but the other principles become very important in this. And I can give a lot of feedback to my learners because I can look at extended use of language over a period of time and therefore give meaningful feedback. Okay, now we'll move on to the next slide. Challenges to apply assessment literacy. Right, so these are some of the challenges. These are some of the challenges, like institutional challenges. So the institutional challenges would mean that the institution is not ready to accept a variety of measurement tools. They are very happy with tests, pencil and paper tests. They don't want to get into anything else. Then there could be individual challenges. So level of teacher competence and, resistance to apply. So teacher attitude. Then students might have, resistance. So they can have lack of adaptability. So that can be a challenge. And lastly, what we are discussing through this session today is, inadequate teacher training and certification. So that's the last challenge. So these are some of the challenges. There could be many more, but these are very, very prominent challenges that we have to deal with. So what do we do? So our most challenging situation is the present situation, isn't it? Would all of you agree? I suppose yes. Yes. So we are in this COVID-19 situation, and we are pushed into such a corner that we have to think about education and language education in a different manner. What we were used to some 6 months back is not working in the present context. So we have to revise, we have to reflect on what we know and how we can deliver, not only our teaching practices, but equally, but more importantly, our assessment practices. So let's see what we can do. So how to adapt? So we come to the last question of our presentation, how to adapt assessment literacy to the current needs in the pandemic situation. So in the absence of face-to-face instruction and assessment, catering to learner needs is a big challenge because we are not able to see them anymore, right? So we are taking a shot in the dark. They are on the other side of the, technology, sitting at their homes in remote locations. So we are not able to connect with them as a total student community like we do in a classroom. So what is the classroom now? Where does the classroom exist? It exists through these technological, medium or platforms, the LMS platforms, and therefore it's a big challenge for all of us. And if assessment has to mirror and measure learning, we need to consciously move away. So in this situation, we definitely have to move away from tasks that require remembering of information to analysis, application, and synthesis of knowledge. This will save us. This will save our assessment practices if we move away from remembering of information to analysis, application, and synthesis of knowledge. So how do we do that? So we can do it by using two very, very important fundamental resources, which many of you might be already aware of, but you need to revisit them. You need to adopt them more closely. One is the revised Bloom's taxonomy, where we need to move to the higher levels of the taxonomy, and we need to pack a lot of Socratic questioning into our assessment practices. Like, why do you say that? How is it related to our discussion? What would be an example? What would be a good alternative? How did you come across such a concept? So trying to probe into the learner mind, and thereby, in a way, making them think about the process of learning, coming up with rationale, and in the process, their language use is definitely going to be triggered at a higher level, right? So let us look at the revised Bloom's taxonomy quickly. So what we need to do is we need to definitely move from the lowest band to gradually upwards, depending on what is the level of your learners, right? So definitely all of us need to move away from remembering to understanding, applying, so on and so forth. Yeah, we can use remembering and understanding. As I said, if you have to quickly check comprehension of content, so short quizzes, short answer questions are fine, but then they need to be able to apply the knowledge. Otherwise, it's not going to be sustainable knowledge. It's not going to be inclusive education. So in order to save the situation, we have to move to the higher bands of understanding, right? So that is why I'm impressing upon your minds, that we need to look for performance-based assessment. We need to utilize group support or peer support. and give them valuable feedback on the basis of which they can take on their journey of learning on their own, because a lot of it they're doing on their own, right? So online classes actually are much more complex than face-to-face classes, because they do not have the support of the teacher, the emotional support, the physical support. Yeah, it's only through a voice. So it's very, very dismembered. It is very, very decontextualized. And therefore, we must help them by creating this kind of a group work, through which we assess their development. So very important role that we need to play. It is difficult, it is complex, but we have to live up to the situation, isn't it? Okay, so there is a revised Bloom's taxonomy of action verbs, which if you are interested, I could share it with you. It is there on my slide, but I'm not going to spend time on that. I'm going to move forward. And towards the last part of my, presentation, I would like to share with you my experience, in the last 3 months that I have used for my assessment practices through the online modality, and how I have given feedback to my learners. So you need to adopt an online classroom and design and choose online assessment and feedback. So one of the easy ways in which you can do that, which I have done and I would like to share with you, is this. So you must explore, the potential of a free teaching and assessment platform in which you can, you need to put your inputs, but then the technology of this platform is fantastic. It is very easy, it is very accessible, and even your students would be able to use it with a lot of ease and confidence. And the best part is it is a free platform. And it has been available to us from 2014, but it is only now in 2020 that we really understand the importance of this at this moment. So this is none other than the Google Classroom, right? So I have been using it in the last 3 months, and all my students have said that they have had a fantastic experience of using this platform, right? So the Google Classroom is made in such a manner, you can read it up on Wikipedia, that it creates an environment where assessment can be done in a performance-based manner, and it can yield positive washback. So that is the nature of the online classroom and online assessment, format that Google Classroom provides. For example, I will show you one quick example from my PhD students, who are in a Google Classroom. So what we do is we work with weekly reports. Okay, so the weekly reports are a way to assess their content learning, their progress in content, and also in language. So what I've done is I have created, so the Google Classroom actually creates this kind of a sheet for you, which is like assessment, log, as well as regularity. So it can double up for attendance. And you can use a read and write software, which is an inbuilt part of Google Chrome, to just to record your messages for feedback. You don't even need to, give written feedback. You can just speak to the computer and it will record and send your feedback to the learners, right? So this is something which is a very, very useful portal, which I found, and I thought I would share with you as a part of my innovations on online assessment. And lastly, I had, attended this webinar last evening, International Language Testing Assessment. And there, one of the presenters, he came up with this kind of a slide, which I took a screenshot, and I thought I would share with you because these are some common concerns that we have as teachers. So institutions across the world have have to move to accept online assessments of English, for entry purposes. Otherwise, they would miss on student admissions, and that amounts to a lot of money. It's economics, right? So they have had to move from face-to-face assessment for entry point to online assessment, and then most of us had to refit or repurpose our existing assessments to the online version. So many of us have been doing this. I would say all of us have been doing this, right? However, some of the teachers have raised a concern that there could be a potential for cheating And so some institutions have come up with something called remote proctoring, though I'm not very much convinced about it, but some countries are doing that, remote proctoring. However, something very, very positive has happened in this lockdown period, that it has resulted in testers and teachers to develop new skills. Like we are developing new skills. We are doing this session on assessment literacy, which hopefully will help us adopt new approaches, new technologies to bring in a change in our assessment practices. And he ended his session with these two questions, that can we go back to what we were used to? Exactly like what? So shall we not use technology as a complementary modality along with face-to-face teaching, when we go back to the normal state, hopefully soon? And would we really want to go back to the only face-to-face mode, or would we like to complement it with the, positive aspects of technology as well? Right? So that is something that I would also want you to reflect upon. And lastly, I have prepared a form for you, which Shankar will share with you, So it's a small form on which I have asked for your understanding about assessment literacy that you have gained from this session, and your reflection about your present assessment practices. So all of you work in very unique contexts, and I would be very, very grateful if you give me your responses, so that I can study your context and I can think of a way ahead for us as a community. And I would like to end with this slide. That the single most effective way of enhancing learning within higher education is through the improvement of assessment procedures. It is as significant as that. And assessment is at the core of the academic role of educators. And therefore, we should take up our understanding of assessment literacy and the practice of assessment literacy in a very, very serious manner. And with that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and best wishes to all of you who attended this session, and thank you to all of you for attending this session, and best wishes for your assessment practices in future. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's a great pleasure to talk to you about it, assessment literacy, ma'am, and especially, you have highly focused on that, the need of the hour. Okay, then what are the basic aspects to be considered when we are taking up, especially, authenticity and reliability factors connected with language testing. So a lot of theories behind the principle of testing, but you have made it in a capsuled form. So now, right now, I have I'm trying to share that to everyone, that link which you have sent to me, and there are a few questions which are pertinent to language assessment. So let me focus on that. So one of the questions, how can we develop multiple competence? Could you share
Shall we take all of them and then I respond? Shall we take all of them and then I respond?
Yeah, okay, well, fine. Yeah.
That will give me a breathing space, because I spoke for such a long time. I don't know how audible or how comprehensible I was.
Yeah.
So,
okay, fine. So you can.
Because I'm not making eye contact, I realized how important eye contact is only when I was locked up in the COVID situation. And it actually gave me sleepless nights that I had 73 students across 3 courses. And I did not make eye contact with them, and I did 3 courses over almost, I think, some 12 weeks or 10 weeks, maybe, yeah. So that was a moment of sadness for me.
Okay, fine, fabulous, man. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, multi-competence, and then?
Yeah. feedback போட்டீங்களா? Yeah. Yes. YouTubeல and now உங்களுக்கு அனுப்புறேன்.
Anything else?
Yeah, okay. The another one is the emphasis on validity and reliability, promoting only in standardized tests. Is it possible to apply them in a language classroom?
Okay.
Okay, that's another question. And the third one, okay, content or language activities. What should be emphasized more while developing course materials for a second language classroom? Okay, since your background is completely connected with materials development and training teachers more. So should we test that use of language or the content connected to the teaching process? And another important question is in the chat box, one of the okay. Should we test that use of language skills or knowledge about language?
Because, hello?
Yes.
Yeah, because it has been suggested that fill up the blanks and note, underline the tense structure and all is more like testing knowledge about language than testing their knowledge. That's all traditional ways of testing English. I think now we have to change. Instead of we have to develop digital literacy. First of all, English teachers should give them listening tasks and creating Google form kind of, isn't it? So the students should listen, read, and create their own blog. They have to create their own form. They have to create document. That is English language, because in my opinion, that is the vocabulary that is needed by the students. I'm talking of students at the tertiary level.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful.
Because just because if you ask them to fill up the blanks, take MCQ, there is no thinking by the students. So only when we ask, we give them content and ask them to develop a Google form with my MCQs, then they have to work hard and ask friends, and they ask questions how to create, and when they take up the test, they also realize the errors they make. That is more of application in Bloom's taxonomy than just taking the test.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. Because Bloom's taxonomy for technology is different. It is not face-to-face teaching. It is entirely different. We cannot apply the principles of face-to-face teaching in assessing to online teaching, because I'm talking for the point of task-based language teaching. So we have to give them tasks. Let us say we have 5 units, like first entering Google Drive, self-introduction, sharing a link, that is search engine. That is only understanding how to search. There are so many tasks which are, luckily I did TESOL, Foundations of Online Teaching in International ESL Classrooms. So whatever we do at our level is nothing compared to what they teach us to do. So we have an Excel sheet. So when we finish all the tasks, you have to put a tick mark. Yes, yes, yes. So 10 tasks done by the student, they get marks, grades. So it is task being done by the students rather than, because the content, whatever people talk and lecture is always available online. I think those days are over.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Any more questions, Shankar?
Madam, I have a question, if you allow me.
Yeah. Yes, okay. Yeah.
Madam, my question is that, first of all, thank you very much for such a wonderful presentation. But my question is that when we are using the online platform, how can we be very sure about the authenticity of the student performances? Because as you know that the students have a very option to cheat. So how can you determine the authenticity?
I will respond to that.
I faced similar situation in my class.
Yeah.
I've handled it differently. I can share that experience later.
Yeah, okay. One more question from Professor Satyashree Mukhanti. And how would we make a learning assessment in a class characterized by various language competency among the learners?
Shankar, can you just repeat that once again, please?
Yeah, okay, yeah. So how would we make that learning assessment in a class characterized by various language competency among the learners?
Various?
Varied language competency among the learners.
Heterogeneous groups, right?
Yeah, heterogeneous group. Yeah.
Yes. I would like to ask a question.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Shall I just answer these and then we take the next round?
Yeah, yes, please. Yeah, please. Okay, yeah, fine. Yeah.
Okay, so I will begin with the first question. I think all the questions and some of the reactions that the attenders were, the participants are making are all very, very important. And I think by and large, we all agree that we have to move from, what the administrators feel are examples of assessment and testing, namely the pencil and paper test and fill in the blanks, spot the error, multiple choice. So we have to, as a teaching community, so we have to, if we have to make learning meaningful in this context, we will have to consciously move from those discrete point testing into performance-based assessment. So one of you were saying that, okay, if I ask my students to engage in writing blogs, and on the basis of that, I'm able to understand their use of the language and also the problems that they are facing in using certain structures, I'm able to give feedback. Yes, that is an excellent example of language use in its right spirit. So if we have to look at English or any language for that matter in a multi-competence manner, we can never have watertight, compartments that I'm only looking at grammar, I'm only looking at lexis. It has to be contextualized. And the moment we make it contextualized, we have to think of interesting tasks, right? So say, for example, if 3 learners are put together to do a discussion task amongst one another to take a particular decision about something, watching a movie or maybe picking a food menu or something of that sort, So they will be engaging with oral competence, they will be engaging with grammar, they will be engaging with, making sentences or utterances. We call them utterances in the oral format, and also pragmatic competence, that they know how to respond to a friend, how to take turns, how to be polite in their conversation, or even if they are not, polite, but they know how to interrupt the other person in a particular manner. So all of these will be clubbed together in that one performance. So one performance is an example of multi-competence rather than, narrowing it down to pencil and paper, discrete point testing. So I would like to take the second, question, I think the third question in terms of content and language, that as a teacher, when you are doing several units, you need to know their understanding of the content of that particular unit, right? So quickly you can do a quiz or a short question task, which I very often do, to understand their, comprehension of content. Beyond that, I move forward to making, tasks like assignments, which they can do over a period of time. So what they do is they come up with their understanding of the content and also the language in which they write up the content, in a more matured manner and in an anxiety-free manner. So therefore, what happens is I'm not only testing content in a very quick manner, but I'm testing content along with the use of language, and in a way that they are able to give me performances which are real life performances and not something which is based on remembering of information. So that's why I refer to the Bloom's taxonomy, that we have to consciously, even in our content assessment, we have to move from remembering and basic comprehension to the application of ideas. So let's say they read a content, and one of the good ways of doing that would be paraphrasing. Paraphrasing is a very high level cognitive activity where they have to bring in all the resources of their understanding of content into a language or into some sentences which they have produced on their own. So that is real life use of their language, their ability, and also their understanding of the content. So paraphrasing, summarizing, comparing and contrasting ideas, identifying a particular sentence which has, let's say, author's bias and asking them to talk about it. Why do you feel so? What could be a better alternative? Can you give an example of this, concept that you are saying? So those will make them involve into the content in a more, advanced manner. They will find it interesting. They would want to participate. That's very, very important. That unless learners participate, all our practices will fail. Don't you feel so? That unless they are able to participate, unless they show interest, then we have not done our job if they don't find things interesting, isn't it? So for that matter, we will have to have a fine balance between content and language assessment. We cannot have a watertight compartment, in most cases, unless you are doing a very specialized course in academic reading or academic writing, where you can have a large chunk of your assessment to language. But most of the times I'm aware that as teachers, we do content plus language assessment. So we cannot separate them, but we can take a conscious decision that how we are going to roll out our assessment tools in this condition of, online context, where we have online teaching and online assessment. Okay, and one of you had mentioned about these two principles, validity and reliability, as moving towards standardized testing. So we have understanding of validity and reliability for classroom-based assessment. So whatever I discussed was in relation to validity and reliability in relation to classroom-based assessment, what teachers can do. So reliability would not mean that I am making a parallel test, with a certain set of discrete items where I match for item difficulty and things like that in a highly statistical manner. But I have to ask myself that if I have given a particular kind of assignment, and I do it 5 times, do I have a robust marking mechanism with me? Am I using it? Can I share it with my learners in a transparent manner so that they can produce the same kind of performance, not the same results, but the similar kind of performance over a period of time? Then I have created reliable tests. And then if my, my scoring and feedback follows a particular pattern, then I am attending to the concept of reliability in the context of classroom-based assessment. So although all these 5 principles can be related to standardized examinations, in all my sessions, I very consciously say that all these principles we are utilizing for classroom-based assessment. And Brown and Abevikrama's book is a very good example of doing. That's why I brought in, I think Shankar will be sharing this PPT with all of you. I will send it to his ID and he can, you can keep it, and you can refer to it. So Brown and Abevikrama's book is a wonderful example which you can go through, to increase your knowledge and learn how to apply it. Okay. And then the concept of skills versus knowledge in terms of language assessment, I think both are important, but in order to know about their knowledge of language, we really don't need to have discrete point testing. We can do it, through other ways. Like I said, that narrating a story will require them to use their grammatical competence. We don't need to have a fill in the blanks, set of tasks or tests for that. That's a very unidimensional. I mean, it has its implications, it has its significance for large scale testing, or maybe summative examination, but not for formative during the course assessment. So that is where we need to do an activity. And from that, we should be able to pull out the different skills and knowledge sets that the learners have been able to show. And we must share it with them that, look, this performance I'm going to look at. So let's say an oral performance, we should not be looking for grammatical aspects at the beginning. We should begin with fluency and then content development, the structure of how the task has been conducted. We should be able to give them feedback on such things. And then we can maybe, talk to them about 1 or 2 aspects of grammar, like tense usage or subject-verb agreement. So something which is fundamental to the knowledge of discourse. So grammar by itself has no meaning unless it is used in discourse, isn't it? So if you hear a person trying to learn your language, so let's say Malayalam or Telugu or Tamil, so if I try to learn those languages, and if I'm able to communicate without a lot of grammatical competence, I'm still doing my job, right? So at the beginning, the learners can be, without intimidating them with a lot of grammatical knowledge, we should surely look at content development in a very structured manner.
So that's very important. And then one of the things which I had as a comment was the concept of authenticity of learner responses. Now, can we ask ourselves that can we cheat anyone of their language? Can I cheat and write? Can I can I speak by cheating somebody's language? Is it possible? Right? So in language as a construct, I don't think we need to worry about this. I would very vehemently say that even in content assessment, in a formative manner, we don't need to worry about cheating because all work in life, we do together. So very, very, very rarely do we do a work which is only individual work. So suddenly, why should learners be treated that you have to do this work on your own? What is the problem if they, they discuss with their peers, they look at online resources, and then they come up with a good set of responses? Yeah. And if I identify that they have made an effort to copy paste, I should also be able to give them feedback, So this you can paraphrase. So how do we paraphrase? Paraphrasing is also, if you think about it ethically, it is copy pasting, right? But using somebody's language. So we can help them to engage with these tasks in a creative manner and not worry too much about, because that creates a very negative atmosphere, negative, sentiment in the learners that we are not trusting them. We need to trust our learners, and believe me, they will do a good job. If you find somebody is not, participating, they have a lack of interest, ask them, reflect on yourself that what has gone wrong? Why have I not been able to reach out to them? Yeah, or have a personal conversation with that learner, because in this age of online, teaching and assessment, you do have to also maintain personal contact. So for a number of reasons, I have just called my students and I've asked them point blank, why aren't you working? I know you are able to do much more than that. Why can't I see your maximum, participation in class? So those are things which we can, because it is classroom assessment, right? It is not summative. It is not like, certification. So these are things which we can surely look for. And then there are other softwares like Turnitin and others, which we use at an advanced level, for the research writing to identify plagiarism. So that can be done. But if you want to know about remote proctoring, I am not a very big fan of it because it's a very expensive system. Some softwares can do that, but I think it is unnecessary. We don't need to get into those. And some tasks, you can make it a group task. You can tell them that, yeah, you can do it in this manner. Let me look at the collective outcome and I will assess you on the basis of that. Right? And I think that is something that we can do even in terms of heterogeneous group, that we take collective response and we are able to give feedback on the basis of the.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay. The final question for this session is again, the faculty was raised to that. Okay, how to assess the technical college, especially pharmacy, nursing, and the polytechnic teachers' language competencies?
ESP, right? ESP. Again, this is a task so whoever has asked this question, maybe you are associated with this context. So this is a task I am asking you to do for yourself, or if there are more of you who belong to this category, that now the task that I'm giving you, including Shankar, that think, how can you make your tasks into performance-based assessment so that they are a prolonged kind of a response over a period of time using peer support and producing something which need not be always only individual. It can be a collective essay as well. It can be a collective written work as well. And they can take onus on who has developed which part. Okay, so one person can be the editor, can be the language editor who can put all the parts together and can mention, and they can change roles of being editors of different assignments. Okay, so the task for you is to assess technical aspect of English, as in English for specific purposes, but not through discrete point, but move into performance-based assessment. So that is something that is your next learning journey for the next, I would say, 5 years, like the government's 5 years proposal.
Last employment, membership
well, Sir, please put it in chat box for that. Yeah. Are there any questions from the audience side? If you have some questions, please raise it in the chat box, and otherwise we can wind up the session in that. Yeah. Okay. So, fine. Please unmute your mic and then speak. Otherwise, now we can wind up that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The final question, ma'am, from one of the participants. Some websites or blogs which helps to assess that the online platforms, especially. Which helps that assessment. Okay. So yeah, any okay, probably some of the websites that you come across. Yeah, Professor Lena. So I just want to raise you that the last question. So we are in a pandemic period where much of that the online classes are taken place, and so have you been using any one of that the online tools for assessment, and especially listening and writing part? Professor Lena, yeah, the last question is that. So have you come across any of? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So the last question for the session is what are the different types of online tools have you been using for especially assessing listening and writing tasks?
See, as I said, that for classroom-based assessment, you cannot have a quick fix solution. So you have to align it to your content. So then no software will be able to help you. So for listening, you can use podcasts. Podcasts are quite popular, but you will have to make that extra effort to relate it to the content of your course so that it is useful for your learners. Otherwise, we cannot have those quick fix, solutions, because it is language assessment. It is not possible that you just pick up from somewhere and use it, right? And for assessing writing, I think one of the things which we can all do at any level is look at, newspaper columns and pick up discussions on the basis of that, based on the interests of the students. So those can constitute authentic reading texts on the basis of which they can respond. So paraphrasing, summarizing, combining two texts together, paraphrasing them. So that is a very good activity that one can do. And a lot of, descriptive writing using visuals. So they need not be video, they can be just from newspapers, and that will give rise to a lot of authentic language use. Okay, fine.
Okay, well, thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, for your fabulous presentation.
Thank you, everybody.
And, for making this assessment literacy, and especially felt that the need of the hour, because we are in a world where computer takes place a lot, and then making that classrooms online. But the only constraint to the teachers of today is we do not know how to assess that the various skills of the language, especially speaking we can do with face-to-face communication, but whereas we are not much familiar with that, all the other skills in that matter concerned. So even though we do conduct classes through Google Classroom or Zoom and all that, so but content sharing, everything is done, but probably the way we conduct ourselves in an online mode, which is really difficult and very different to assess that exact expectations. So I hope the session has given an eye opener, is really an eye opener to look at that, especially washback effect, reliability, and validity aspects of assessment. And so with that note, we are on behalf of PSG College of Technology Management and on behalf of the English Language Teachers Association of India Coimbatore Chapter, we thank you so much for having accepted our invitation to be a resource person for this international webinar. And we hope that the really participants have enjoyed the session, and then you have provided more avenues for them to have some take-home ideas. So we thank you once again, and
thank you.
That's all about it.
Thank you.
Well,
I thank you for having me. And Shankar, please share my form link with the participants. The
yes,
form
of course.
link that I have sent you. Please share it with the participants.
I have shared it in the chat box immediately. So I have shared it already. I will share it once more.
Right.
Okay. So it will be done through emailing also.
Yes, the one which I have sent you, not the feedback forms that you are collecting as part of the entire.
Yeah, which has been already posted in the chat box.
The one which I sent is
sending it through email also. Yeah, we'll be doing it, ma'am. Yeah. Definitely. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for attending the session. And I hope it has left you with some thoughts, which you would like to pick up and share with me at a later point. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah. And there are certain instructions to be followed to the participants. Okay. So we have sent that the feedback link for the session 1 in the chat box, and we will be sharing that session 2 link in a couple of minutes in chat box. Otherwise, you will be getting the feedback link through your email as well. So we request you to complete the feedback form, and that is valid for only 3 hours from now. So
please send it
for both session 1 and 2. And so once you are going to submit that feedback form, so your certification becomes valid. So in order to look for the authenticity part of it, we request everyone to fill that feedback form. Okay, number 2, we have sent that tomorrow's webinar link to all of your email ID, and please check it for all the 3 days. We have sent that the email link all the 3 days. Webinar link has been sent to your email ID, and please check it. And then please check that the spam message folder also, if you have not been receiving it through that direct inbox.
Sir, could you send the link to feedback to our mail to
yes, of course. We'll be sending it to your email ID as well. So we've been sharing both the feedback form to your email ID, as well as the webinar links have been sent to you already for all the 3 days.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, in feedback, question 7, you have to correct, I think, sir. It is, we have to do all the things, good, average, everything. If we click, that is, I think you have to remove the column in 7th question, feedback form.
Okay, well, we'll be really looking at it, and then we'll be resending you that the feedback link. So,
sir, good evening. Kindly send it through mail.
Yes, sir.
Kindly send it through mail so that we can do it immediately.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll be sending it through your email ID. Okay, definitely, sir.
Yeah,
so we'll
thank you very much. Both the
form.
Kudos to your team. Both sessions are excellent. Both sessions are excellent.
Thank you so much.
Excuse me, sir. Can we have the recording of the first session?
Yes, well, we'll be sending it. Okay, then probably in a week's time, okay, after this webinar, then we'll be sending that the replay video to all the participants.
Okay, thank you. And can we fill the feedback after that?
We'll be sending that the replay video for all the participants.
Okay,
Shankar,
thank you. Thanks a
listen
lot.
please.
Yes, sir.
Where is the chat box on the go to meet?
Chat box, yeah, please, sir. Sir, we'll be, sir, we'll be sending that the feedback form to your email ID. Okay, don't worry, sir. There is a little bit of a change to be done. So we'll be sending that the feedback form to your email ID.
Okay,
Sir,
one more
first
thing.
session of second
My
session
name is
including.
not there in the attendee list. Though I have filled it up, the names and everything. In the attendee list, the name isn't there. Nita Shastri.
Okay, well, so one minute, ma'am. 1 minute, yeah. We'll be sending it. Yeah.
Sir, though I filled the session 2 feedback form, which it
Yeah,
was
one
there
second,
in the
ma'am. 1
chat.
second. Yeah, we'll be okay, 1 second, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Excuse me, sir. In how much time do we have? In how
Just
much time do we have?
Wait for 2 minutes, ma'am. Okay, let me send you that. I'm just checking it right now.
In how much time do we have to send it back, sir? After filling up?
4 hours time. In 4 hours time, you can send it back.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll be sending it to you through email, and then you can send it through that. Yeah. You can
Fine,
respond
sir.
it
Thank
within
you.
4 hours. Yeah.
Sir, this feedback is including first session and second session, or only
Yes,
second
sir.
session?
Yeah. The feedback form. Okay, there are 2 links will be provided for. One is for feedback for the session 1, and other link for session 2.
Okay.
So, both will be communicated to your email ID, and then please respond it within 4 hours so that we can take it into account for your certification. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Hello,
Sir,
sir.
do we have, excuse
Hello,
me, sir,
sir.
do we have to fill
Yes,
it
sir.
again through the email, because I have filled it right now?
Okay, well, if you have done that the first one, okay, then no, don't worry, and then you, just to fill that the second one. Okay, that's it. Yeah.
No, the second
Sir,
one only
don't
I have
you
filled it. The
providing-
first session I have not attended actually.
Okay.
Hello?
Fine.
That's why I want the
Sir,
recording of
if you have not attended the session, okay, don't worry, ma'am. Okay, no problem at all. Okay, then if you have attended the session 2 only, then please send that to us for the second session only. Okay.
Sir, are you going to send the feedback form in the chat box, sir?
No, sir. No. Okay. There is a small correction there. Okay. Then we have just now noted down. So we'll be sending you the link by email. Yeah.
Okay, fine, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Well.
Can we leave the group, sir, now?
So, thank you so much for all your wonderful participation. And so, please, connect with us by tomorrow, 9:50. Okay, 10 minutes before the session. Please, I request everyone to get connected.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can we leave now?
Yes, please. Yeah. Okay, well. So wish you all the best
Thanks a lot.
and have a nice
Thank
day.
you very much. Sir, please can you repeat tomorrow's timing?
Yeah, tomorrow, okay, and then, before 10 minutes, the session starts by 10 o'clock, and please log in before 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, well, yeah.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, ma'am. 1 second, yeah.
Mr. Shankar, are you there?
Sir,
Mr. Shankar, are you there? Can you hear me? Hello? I'm not able to hear you. Are you under mute? Hello?